see by the dawn's early light was so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight. Oh, the ramparts we walked were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets regular up on spur, singing out, yeah, through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave? Oh, the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Welcome to Inside the Gamecocks, the morning show. Presented by the Barndominium Company and Bresto Pros of the Midlands. Part of the Chief Sports Network. Go Gamecocks!
He'll be fire on the mountain.
Consecutive home runs for Carolina.
It is good.
It's gone.
He's in. Touchdown. Williams with a throw to the pin.
He's going to score. It's a walk-off.
Touchdown, South Carolina!
Well, I have a microphone and you don't.
So you will listen to every damn word I have to say.
Papa Top again.
Out, yo.
Oh, don't you dare look back, just keep your eyes on me. I said you're holding out, she said shut up and dance with me. This woman is my destiny. She said ooh, ooh, shut up and dance. Don't you dare look back, just keep your eyes on me. I said you're holding back, she said shut up and dance with me. This woman is my destiny. She said, ooh, ooh, shut up and dance with me. Ooh, shut up and dance with me.
There's nothing that gets us going better on a Friday morning than shut up and dance with me here on Inside the Gamecocks, the morning show. Greetings and good morning. Welcome aboard and welcome home. Inside the Gamecocks, built by the Barndo Co. and presented by our friends Add Resto Pros there when you need them. Resto Pros of the Midlands, Resto Pros Midlands, SC.com. The Barndo Co. builds barndos in places like where I am right now, Maggie Valley, North Carolina, all across South Carolina, and all across the Tar Heel State as well. You can head to the Barndo Co. to build your dream home today and live in the lifestyle that you want to live in. They're one of the nation's best builders, and we sure are glad to be partnered with them. I'm JB. That's the king of late night, at least in our neck of the woods. Of course, if you watch late night across the country, he's better than most of them. Matt Anderson here, part of the Chief Sports Network, and we got Coach Lake coming up at 11 o'clock this morning as well. It is a huge weekend on campus for Carolina baseball and Carolina softball. Georgia, it's a top 15 matchup in softball. Gamecocks are in the top 10, and you got South Carolina trying to get into the top 25 in college baseball, and they will be welcoming Oklahoma to town. You probably saw it yesterday, a shakeup in the rotation, so we'll talk about all that stuff and much, much more with Coach Lake coming up here in just a little while. But Matt's here because hoops is ongoing, and the SEC tournament has been nothing short of beyond brilliant through the first couple of days. Even though the Gamecocks clawed back and got eliminated, they could still play basketball with that record. Yeah. And we've got the scenario that we'll talk about it here in just a second. The rest of the SEC tournament, Matt, it's taken place of the Big East magic so far. We'll see what the rest of the Big East tournament can look like up there in the Garden. But Nashville has been the center of attention in college basketball, capped off last night by this whack job of a ball game between the Sooners and the Kentucky Wildcats, whose fans all went to Nashville once again thinking this can't be happening. Are we really going to blow this thing? And away blew down the floor and laid it in with a half a tick to go for them to continue to play ball here in the SEC tournament. But it's really been a magical deal, man.
Yeah, you look at Wednesday, and all but one game was single digits. So it's competitive basketball. Yesterday, the same, and 2 buzzer beaters essentially to start the day and end the day. And it's just proving why the SEC is the premier conference this year, especially. But I mean, it might be the best conference that college basketball has ever seen. Having Jay Billis calling this, ESPN made the right decision there. He's always with the ACC tournament, but ESPN and Jay Billis are very, very happy with their decision. And we got big games today too. Anything can happen.
Well, there's no question, Billis and Schulman being there. We talked yesterday about Jay, and I don't always agree with some of the things that he says off the court necessarily. But when he's got a mic or a headset on, he's as talented as anybody, and he's very bold in what he has to say. And he flat out said that South Carolina he thought was the best last place team he's ever seen, which it's kind of a double-edged sword, if you will. You don't ever want to be in last place, but I think he was also giving credit to the fact that this league is just what you talked about. It's insane. There are 4 more games to be played today.
Yeah.
None of the spreads in particular are very close in today's ball games, but that doesn't mean that the games won't be. Ole Miss and Auburn tip at 1 on ESPN. The Tigers are 12.5-point favorites there. Texas and Tennessee coming up at 3:30. The Vols are 10.5-point favorites in that one. The Gators and 21st ranked Missouri. Florida is a 9.5-point favorite in that ball game. And then tonight at 9:30, once again, it's going to be packed to the brim with the Bluegrass folks, Kentucky and Alabama. And the Tide are 6.5-point favorites in that ball game. But, if for some reason you decided yesterday you just had enough because Carolina wasn't playing, shame on you. How did we get there? Yeah. Texas and Texas A&M went to double overtime yesterday, and the Longhorns pulled it out. And we're going to tell you the significance of that here in just a moment. You had Mississippi State and Missouri. Missouri did pull away and win 85-73 in that ball game in the second half. Arkansas and Ole Miss was a dandy. Sean Padula buried a game winner to beat the Hogs. Ole Miss wins 83-80. And then, of course, what happened last night I don't even know how to explain it. Kentucky was up 10 points. If you fell asleep, you missed a whole world. I mean,
Yeah.
Kentucky was 10 points with a minute and 20 seconds to go, and all of a sudden Oklahoma's winning the game. And no way rips their hearts out there at the end, Matt.
Well, it's reminiscent of that miracle minute that Duke had against Maryland a number of years ago, where I think Duke was down by like 11 and they won the game with, in overtime. But yeah, it's been a fantastic tournament, and the fact that the Gamecocks are sitting here with the potential to play more basketball is pretty crazy. But look, I said it on Wednesday night's show. Looking at this team, I think 8 of their losses came within less than 6 points. All but 2 of their wins were by double digits. So it's not like you can play the card of, well, they almost won, but the other games could have gone the other way and they could have been 7 and whatever, 29 or something. But like that's not what happened. This team, and I've said it all season long, I think, say what you want about roster construction and the offseason, how they went about things, but just purely coaching this team. Lamont did a fantastic job, and I think it's going to get better. But yeah, I mean, JB, did you know about this NIT rule? I didn't.
Yeah, okay. So I don't know if you remember this, but a couple, maybe 2-3 months ago, it was probably in December when they released the official 2025 NIT rules, and I started reading through about I don't know, maybe the first 30 seconds of it. And I thought, yeah, I'm not going to read this anymore. This is just too complicated for me to understand. I don't really know why you need to do all this. And so I kind of never even thought about it again. And then yesterday morning, I got a text about it from somebody, and I thought, wait, okay. But still, I'm not even going to discuss this because this Texas, they got to win, a couple, or not yesterday morning, the day before the tournament. Okay, so Texas has to win a couple games and this, that, and the other. And then, but I still don't understand. Let me go back and verify. And I did go back and verify. And it says you don't have to get very far. It's about as far as I read the first go around, Matt. The National Invitational Tournament's Board of Managers has announced new qualification procedures for the 2025 NIT, which includes bids going to 16 exempt teams, as well as others that may qualify automatically as regular season conference champions. And then this is the next line, and that's it. You don't have to go any further. Exempt teams will include the top 2 teams not selected to the NCAA Division I Men's Basketball Championship from both the ACC and the SEC. And so you sit here and think about it, right? Today is March the 14th, and last night at 6 o'clock is the last time that Joe Lenardi was able to update everything. Well, that was before the end of the A&M Texas game, and Texas won. And at that update, Lenardi had Texas and North Carolina in the tournament. I don't see any way. And he's usually, what does he miss? One a year, maybe?
Yeah.
And of course, if you're the last one in, that certainly could be that one. But if you've already won that one, you've more than secured. Of course, North Carolina won too. But if they win today, they ain't falling out. They're in, Matt. It's a shoe-in that they'll be in the tournament. And everybody else is well into the tournament. Arkansas and Vanderbilt there's no issues with them. So it is way better than 50-50 in my opinion here, that the Southeastern Conference is going to get 14 teams into the NCAA tournament, and almost with ease, which is really wild to even think about. That's a quarter of the field.
Yeah, what's really interesting to me is, like, I've been following it like you. I found out about it a couple of days ago. I was like, all right, well, let's see what happens. Some things have to break your way. But this bubble is pretty soft right now. I mean, just looking at the games that are still going to take place today, tomorrow, and even into Sunday, there's really not that many teams that can be a bid thief. I mean, looking at it, I think pretty much none of these teams can hurt their resume at this point. So if they're in, and the teams that have already lost, they can't improve their resume.
Correct.
But what's crazy to me though, JB, about this is like the NIT. So it's the two best teams that don't make the NCAA tournament according to the net ratings. And right now, South Carolina is 15th out of 16. And LSU can't do anything to improve their net rating right now. South Carolina can't do anything to improve their net rating right now. I mean, theoretically, let's just say somehow Texas gets the shaft. Okay, then it's going to be Texas and it's going to be South Carolina. So, I mean, I would say, this is probably as close to 100% probability that if the Gamecocks elect to play in the NIT, they can, and they will host a game. They will host the first round game. And for me, I was texting with Alex a little about this yesterday, and I see stuff on the Big Spur of, well, they should decline it. Lamont needs to be focused on the portal. And I was thinking about UJB and especially baseball. Nothing says that all your assistant coaches have to be on the bench for an NIT game. I mean, they can be talking to other players. They can do what baseball does. And, Paul Maneri is coaching third base because someone's out recruiting. You can still do that, but you don't turn down the opportunity to, let's just face it, there aren't that many banners hanging in Colonial Life Arena for men's basketball. You want to get another banner up there. You want to have an opportunity to get another trophy. And when you look at the field, South Carolina has a good shot at anybody to win the NIT if they get in.
Yeah. I 100% agree. We're going to get more into that here in just a second. Should they accept the bid and why? And if they do, should Colin Murray Boyles play? Very similar to bowl games in college football. That's coming up here in just a second, so everybody hang tight on that. To Matt's point real quick here, the first four out, Indiana, Ohio State, Boise State, and Colorado State. I was just browsing here to see if any – I think they're all –
they're all done.
Played? They're all done,
they're
right?
All done.
So,
that's what I was saying.
Yeah,
it's
so
soft.
there's you can't. It's very very soft. So this is a scenario that this is. Put it this way, we'll hit a quick timeout and we're going to come right back to this. There is a real scenario here. There's a real scenario where every single team in the SEC is in the postseason. Let that sink in. Every single team is in the postseason. So we'll talk more about that. Again, we got a lot to get to with baseball today. Stuart Lake is coming up here. We'll preview the Oklahoma Gamecocks series. We'll talk some softball with him too. And Matt's going to stick around for the entire hour. And we're fired up for that. We're fired up that it's Friday as well. And hopefully all of you are getting ready to have a nice cold one a little bit later on, as we will do up here in the mountains of North Carolina. We are powered by our friends at Electric Bikes of Charleston. Be good to have one of those right now. Walking up and down the mountain here with my children's gotten already a little old. ElectricBikesCharleston.com, ElectricBikesCharleston.com. From the mountains to the beaches to the Congaree in Columbia or wherever, you can get up to 28 miles per hour. And you're supporting a Gamecock-owned and operated business. If that's something you want in your garage for you or your children or your spouse, it is Electric Bikes Charleston, ElectricBikesCharleston.com. Hang tight. The king of late night and myself, we will be right back.
You don't have to be Scottish to enjoy South Carolina's most unique family festival, a celebration of Celtic culture. Tartan Days South, built by Culpeper Wood. Experience adventure, Highland games, music, dancing, animals, crafts, rides, a car show, and a parade. Kick off your weekend with a Celtic concert on Friday and a full day of affordable fun and festivities on Saturday at the historic Columbia Speedway, April 3rd through 5th. Get your tickets and more information at tartandaysouth.com. Your first visit won't be your last.
I said, oh, Lord Jesus, it's a fire. Ain't nobody got time for that.
Disaster comes uninformed. During and after natural disasters or accidents, there can be a heavy loss to property. It can become extremely difficult to bounce back to what you knew before. Having your home or office destroyed or damaged by water, fire, smoke, or mold affects your personal and business lifestyle. Resto Pros of the Midlands is here to help. Open 24/7. Call them when you need them. 803-493-0170.
Touchdown ball. Set up a screen, and it goes to Boer. 20, 15, 10, 5. Touchdown, Brewer. His second of the day. Pitches it to Brewer. Turns the corner. Touchdown, number 3 of the afternoon.
Hey folks, it's Mike Morgan for Ryan Brewer Fence. That's right, you know the former Gamecock legend as a terrific college football player. Well, I know him as that too. I also know him as the guy that runs a great business, one of the best businesses in South Carolina. How do I know that? Well, for one, I'm actually a client of Ryan's. I had my home in Columbia done years ago, and his crew did an outstanding job, just as he does for everybody else. Whether you're in the market for a fence, railings, columns, or anything in between, their craftsmanship, their experience, and service second to none. Ryan Brewer Fence has over 15 years of experience with consultation and installation of residential and commercial fencing and railings. Rest assured your job will be done with an unparalleled level of expertise, and it's done on time, and they do it right the first time. Again, you're not going to do any better than Ryan Brewer. Ryan Brewer Fence. The website is ryanbrewer.net. Set up an appointment today. Tell them Mike sent you.
You're tuned into Inside the Gamecocks, the morning show. Part of the Chief Sports Network and presented by Gamecock Traditions.
It is a spectacularly beautiful day across the south. Well, at least our section of the southeast. I know a lot of storms are coming from the west, and thoughts and prayers. Hopefully, no tornadoes tear anybody up along the way. I know up here in North Carolina in the mountains, it's just going to be flat beautiful. I think 70 and sunny today, and I know in the Midlands it's going to be beautiful for baseball tonight. Wow, 74 degrees and not a cloud in the sky at 7 p.m. When Oklahoma and the Gamecocks throw the first pitches. Brandon Stone will get the ball. We'll talk more about that with Coach Lake coming up here in about 40 minutes or so on the morning show. Back to business when it comes to hoops with Matt Anderson. So we've laid out the scenario. If Texas is in, that leaves the NIT per their own policy. Which could you? What if 15 teams got in? I guess they revert to an at-large. I don't know what they do, but per NIT policy, there will be 16 exempt teams selected to the tournament. The top 2 teams not selected to the NCAA Division I Men's Basketball Championship from both the ACC and the SEC would be exempt. All teams receiving an exempt bid are guaranteed the opportunity to host a first-round game. This would be purely by default because there will only be 2 teams not in the NCAA tournament, Matt. So LSU and your Gamecocks would have the opportunity to play in the NIT and host a first-round game in the National Invitational Tournament. You posed a question earlier, and you know, some people look, the people that are saying things like, oh, just don't accept bid, they're quitters, whatever, get out of here with that. This team, here's the way that it should be looked at. You got seniors that are never going to play basketball again. There's guys on this team, and if they are, we're not going to, you know, they'll maybe go off overseas. They're not going to the NBA. There's guys who have worked their tails off and just haven't been good enough. They just haven't been good enough, Matt. But that doesn't mean that you penalize them from being able to play one more, at least, college basketball game with that uniform on if they want to play. And I don't know the pulse of this team, but I would imagine based on watching them the other day, they'd say, yeah, let's play again, coach. We want to continue to go. As far as the guys that will be returning, what is it going to hurt to play another basketball game? I mean, why would you not play another basketball game? And I go back to when they won those NITs in 2005 and in 2006. So, Matt, you generally have different scenarios for teams that want to accept bids, right? So, like North Carolina, they're going to drink their wine, they're going to eat their cheese. They're not in the NCAA tournament. They don't give a crap about the NIT. They're going to move on. They're going to tell all the guys that they were a bunch of losers, and that's it, right? Let's go on to the postseason or to the off season and try to get this thing right and blame everybody and et cetera. That's just them. And then you have some other teams that are like rebuilding and they're rewarded and they're like, we couldn't get to the dance, but this is a consolation prize. We just came up a little bit short. And then you have teams like North Carolina who, they feel like they just laid a dud of a season and they don't want anything to do with it. And then you have teams like South Carolina who really had a poor year from a record standpoint, but they were there, as you pointed out. They were there. I don't see any reason why you shouldn't give them the pathway to finish the season on a high note, even if it's in a tournament that virtually nobody really truly cares about outside of maybe the half of the fans of the teams that are playing in it. I think it does way more good than bad if you to be able to play in this thing as opposed to turning it down.
Oh, there's also little things that go into recruiting where Lamont Paris can say, look, I took over. We didn't have a great first season, went NCAA tournament the second, went to the postseason, NIT the third. You can build off that. You go on to 2 out of 3 postseasons, right? But on top of that, there's a little thought that I had, and, I don't know how relevant it is, but the longer you play basketball and the longer you keep that team intact, the less likely you're going to have players that are declaring for the portal. I mean, you're still playing. You're still focusing on the game itself. And who knows who's going to be back from next year's team. I mean, Kyler Murray-Boyle has made it sound like in his press conference, he left the door open at the end of the Arkansas game and kind of say, we're going to take this into next year. You have Cam Scott, Arden Conyers, both said they're planning. The plan is to be back. You got guys like Jacoby and Jamari who are never going to play in the NBA, like you mentioned. And look, I thought that, Jamari especially has come on here lately. You go to the NIT because I'm not being facetious when I say you can potentially win it. The competition level is going to be less than you've just faced for the last 19 games.
Right.
So, you do take it. Sorry, my headpiece fell out. But no, you take it as far as if Colin Murray-Boyle should play or not. I don't see any benefit to him not playing. Obviously, everyone talks about the injury risk, and I think you've laid it out perfectly, JB. That's not how you and I are wired. I don't think that's how most athletes are wired.
I don't think that's how he's wired.
Yeah, he hasn't guaranteed himself a position in the lottery yet, and right. I don't think that skipping this looks good. You know what I mean? Like, how much better are you going to get shooting between now and the draft or when you have to declare just by not playing basketball and just shooting in a gym for workouts? Like, there's no point in doing that. He's not wired.
How much did his stock go up in that game the other day? Because the scouts were all sitting right there watching this kid just fight through everything.
Yeah, and you heard Jay Billis's comments during the game as well, saying this guy's going to be in the NBA for a very, very long time. And once he gets that outside shot, he's going to be a double-digit scorer in the NBA. His stock has continued to rise because, and I always compare it to BJ Mackey's senior year. Like, it was just Colin. It was just BJ that year. And for him to put up the numbers he did in the SEC, I think he was number 4 in rebounds, top 10 or 12 in scoring, and having to largely do it all. And the way that he has his court vision, if he goes, man, he's going to be a first round pick. Now, I've said on the show before, you hate to get that dreaded draft grade of 20 to 40, because when you get to 20 to 40, weird things happen in the late first round. You'll have a team trade out of their spot, take a European player because they know they're not going to have to bring them on the roster for two, maybe 3 years. Mm-hmm. And, players get pushed down because they know in the second round they can take that player and top 40, I think he get a guaranteed contract. But you don't want to play with that. You don't want to slip like Gigi Jackson did, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like you don't want that. You don't want to have to be fighting for your contract. So, but he helped himself. He definitely did. I think last mock draft I saw him was like 15 going to the Spurs. I think he would be phenomenal with the Spurs.
Well, I think if you look back over the course of the season and see how his game has developed, it's clear. I mean, the mid-range jumper is a threat. When he shoots it, it goes in more times than not. He's been able to knock down threes. I know he kind of airballed one the other day, but he has attempted them, and he has. I think he's knocked them down around a 35% clip this year for a guy that never shot them. That's not too bad, if you ask me. And then you look at the fact that, I mean, Matt, as you know, if you are not only the best player but virtually the only player that other teams have to worry about, it makes your job incredibly hard. And when everybody's focused on you and you're still dropping double doubles and 35 points here and 22 points there, and hey, maybe I couldn't get off 15 or 16 shots, but I still had 20 points because I went to the free throw line 14 times, just finding ways to help. And then you look at what you watch him on the defensive end. This kid's a first-round draft pick. I mean, there's no question about that. I think ultimately, because he has gotten better, and I'm not a draft guru, I'm just trying to use common sense and looking back and looking forward when it comes to players who sometimes get selected. They see the potential, but then they also see in the kid, like, the potential's there. Is this kid actually going to put in the work to get there? Unlike maybe a Ronaldo Balkman. You're talking about a little bit of a different situation here with Colin Murray Boyles, and you watch him with his coaches, you watch him with Lamont. I've had members of the staff tell me, this guy, it never looks around and is like, no, I know what I'm doing. And I'm not, no. If he's told to go empty the trash, he goes and empties the trash. Like, that's the kid that you want in your franchise.
And on top of that, I mean, JB, I don't mean this to be, saying something crazy. He could have averaged 5 or 6 assists a game this year if players were in position to hit the shots and be in the right spot.
Just knock him down.
I mean, he's the way the NBA plays right now, I don't particularly like it. I've said, I don't like it in different formats. I think that it's very much like a computer league at this point. Just get this guy in this spot, he's going to make it 70% of the time. But the ball movement, Colin will fit in fantastic in the NBA with the ball movement and having capable scorers around him. The sky's the limit for that kid, man.
Yeah, there's no question. Well, we'll see if they are in the NIT, which right now it's beginning to look quite likely that they're going to get an invitation. If they are in there, we have clearly heard nothing at all as it pertains to him, but the projection would be that he would certainly play in that game. The first one would likely be at the Colonial Life Arena, I guess. You got the women's tournament, so we'd have to. Well, the NIT starts sooner
during the week. So.
Yeah, they play during the week. Okay, yeah, so they should be able to figure it out. There's not a lot you're gonna have to redress around there. So
yeah,
we'll see. As far as the SEC tournament goes, Matt, kind of shifting gears back to what we've seen. You go back, like, the montages that come out every year on ESPN and CBS, and usually they're directly related to, historically, the two best conferences that play this time of the year from a Magic standpoint, which is the Big East and all the moments they've had dating back 40, 50 years, and the same thing with the ACC. I think this tournament that's going on right now, we'll see if the rest of, we have nobody has any reason to believe that what's going to happen today, tomorrow, or Sunday isn't going to be very similar to what's already happened. But this tournament here is getting talked about in a way that the great ones in those leagues did. But it started in the first game with the Gamecocks in Arkansas. This 9 and 16 seeds. It just goes to prove, like, the things that people are saying. Like, the ACC has got to be beside themselves. Think about that. They're going to get 3 teams, maybe 4 teams into the postseason. The SEC is going to get 14. 14. No one's even talking about the ACC tournament. Nobody even cares. The last place team in the SEC won 3 games of 3 games, including beating the second or third best team, Clemson. Talking about our Gamecocks, your Gamecocks. That's how, I mean, there are numerous examples of how poor that league is and what in the world is happening in the SEC. So I just think that this magic the next couple of days is just going to continue to drive this point home, how deep this league is. And I, on a side note, like Mike said, and we said a couple of days ago, hope the College Football Playoff Committee is paying attention because I got a feeling that the folks for March Madness are about to give them a little bit of a lesson on how this thing really works.
On top of that, too, I mean, say the same thing for softball and baseball. You know, let those teams in. I mean, I don't think it's unrealistic at all for the SEC and baseball to get 15 teams in this year. I mean, I don't know about Missouri, but I mean, there's a possibility that you could get 15 in baseball, and then you go to football, and they're talking about having guaranteed 4 spots for the SEC, guaranteed 4. The SEC is clearly the best conference in the country, and it's not even close.
It's not remotely close. And now is there anything new? I haven't seen anything as of like 9 this morning on Cooper Flag. Have you heard anything?
Well, that's the only thing anyone's talking about when it comes to the ACC tournament.
Well, that's my point.
You have Duke, North Carolina playing today, and nobody seems to care.
Yeah, nobody even cares.
I know that John Shire said, I just saw this on ESPN, like a little blurb. It was like, unless every single person in the locker room is 100% okay with Cooper playing tomorrow, like he's not going to play. I mean, they should shut him down. And I'm not saying shut him down for the year necessarily. I don't know if it's the high ankle sprain, the low ankle sprain. I know they had x-rays, and the x-rays came back for no breaks, but that was a scary looking injury when I saw it on replay. I mean, that looked like a broken ankle.
Agree. Yeah, it was tough. And then seeing him in the wheelchair, I mean, things get a little bit precautionary now with some of these injuries. But to your point, I mean, the ACC, the semifinals today are the teams that you expected to be there: Duke and North Carolina, and then you got Clemson and Louisville playing tonight, and nobody's talking about it. Nobody. I mean, it is a total non-factor. Which is really quite bizarre. Now, it's still Duke and North Carolina, so it's going to draw attention. Clemson and Louisville will draw less attention. Louisville has had a great year, and so has Clemson. But if Louisville was playing North Carolina or Duke or something like that, it'll be a little bit. Clemson's just not a basketball power. I know that some of the fans up there are patting themselves on the back and thinking that they are, but they're not, and nobody really cares what happens to them. So. It's just crazy when you compare everything that has been going on in this league, the magic of it. And I don't know if they're ever going to hit this standard again. Like, can they ever hit the bar again? Like, if there's 14 teams that end up in the tournament, your goal next year is going to be 15 teams. How are you going to do that? Somebody's got to lose the games. So I don't know. I don't know what the answer is, Matt. They're going to have to expand again.
Well, if they expand, I mean, goodness gracious. But if they expand, they're going to have to start tweaking some rules too of got to have an above 500 record, conference, all that. They're going to have to figure out some ways because, these teams are just good, especially when it comes to the SEC. But yeah, dude, it's going to be, if they get 14 in, I mean, I was so worried at the beginning of the season. I told you guys on this very show, I was like, I really hope that the committee doesn't look like they do in football and say they cannibalized each other and they only get 8 or 9 in. Like that, that was my fear. They were going to get like 8 or 9 in because teams just weren't going to have good records. But I mean, you look at it, I think the SEC has 4 of the top 6 or 7 teams in the country. And some of those teams have 5 conference losses. Like, when's the last time you saw a team with 5 conference losses in the national top 5? It's been a very long time.
It is a pretty wild scenario. Still goes to show you just how close South Carolina, believe it or not, you look at that record, you go, they weren't close. They were. Had the Gamecocks won maybe 5 of the 7 that they were knocking on the door with. They finished the year at 12 and 19 in the regular season, 2 and 16. 7-11 in the SEC with another 4 or 5 top 10, top 15 victories, they would have been on the bubble. They would have probably been playing in the SEC tournament, just like Texas, to get in.
That's what I said.
Crazy.
I mean, Texas has 14 losses, and I said at the beginning of the season, I was like, I think 7-11 can get you in this year. I really think that, and it's just
you were right.
It's just
6-12 is going to get you in this year.
Yeah.
It's just bizarre. All right, we got to hit a timeout. Palm Casual will keep you comfortable today and tomorrow as the weather is beautiful. Hopefully, it's going to skirt through Saturday night, late Saturday night, and maybe dip on out earlier Sunday morning for most. But if it's that time of year where you want to be able to enjoy the outdoors on your own patio, front porch, back porch, wherever, man cave, whatever it might be, outdoor man cave, outdoor she shed, you want to go to palmcasual.com. You can visit one of their 4 locations in South Carolina as well. And you soon can go to Wilmington if you are in that part of our state or that part of the state of North Carolina. Palm Casual will have a 5th location up there. If you know folks in Florida, they probably already shop at Palm Casual. It is Gamecock owned and operated, and it is the best outdoor furniture that money can buy. But it's not the cheapest because you'll have it your entire life. It is that good. PalmCasual.com. We'll step aside one final segment with the king of late night, and then the great Stuart Lake will join us here on ITG, the morning show built by the Barndo Co.
Remarkable, 5-star, sensational. These are just some of the terms used to describe nationally renowned chef William Turner out of Scottsdale, Arizona. Originally from Georgetown, South Carolina, and a diehard Gamecocks fan, Chef Will made his way out west and has served parties from every state and many countries from across the globe. If you're in Arizona or have plans elsewhere, visit ChefWilliamTurner.com to inquire about private events and more. From MLB to NFL, the chef has served everyone. He's won all the awards, done all the press. There's a reason for that. Food from every culture, all of it first class. ChefWilliamTurner.com and Chef Will Turner on socials. You won't believe what you see. You really won't believe how it tastes.
Charleston Fitness Equipment is keeping South Carolina in shape. Clients have come from all over the Palmetto State to find that one piece of equipment that they enjoy that keeps them looking and feeling good. Whether it's a home rower, treadmill, elliptical, free weights, a home gym, or something else, Charleston Fitness Equipment keeps the mirror smiling back at you. Get in shape like the Gamecocks do. Visit charlestonfitnessequipment.com. Gamecock owned and operated and proud partners of Inside the Gamecocks, The Show.
We got started in 1979. Because we're a manufacturer, we're able to control our costs. That's why we like to manufacture as much of the product as we can, because in our factory stores we can offer a competitive edge over other people around the country. When people come into one of our Palm Casuals, it's like they're buying their car at Detroit. They're going right to the factory and buying their car.
30-day money-back guarantee. That's a big deal with us. I mean, we give 30 days to do anything. I mean, return it, change it, get a different color, get your money back.
When you pull into a store and it says Palm Casual, you know you're at a factory store.
Yeah, it's 10:45 here on the morning show, brought to you by Resto Pros of the Midlands, RestoProsMidlandsSC.com. Next week, spring practice begins for Carolina football, and we'll be able to tap into that a whole bunch. We'll get some of our notables back on and be able to talk some Gamecock football. What are you most looking forward to, Matt, with the spring stuff this year?
For me, and Alex and I talked about it too, it's the quarterback. It's the number 2 quarterback. We saw how important that was for South Carolina this year when Lenore Sellers went down. And, I love Robbie Ashford to death, wish him, all the success at his next stop. But at the same time, they got to get a second guy that can throw the football. And look, I do think that Cutter Woods can let it rip. He has some sneaky athleticism. We all know that Aaron Nolan comes in with the big reputation, former top 100 kid, went to Ohio State. And I'm telling people too, don't sleep on Dante Reno. Dante Reno has a cannon, and he was just, good quarterbacks ahead of him, wasn't ready, freshman, that kind of thing. So I'm really looking forward to that number 2 quarterback spot.
Yeah, I think that there's a lot of a lot of interesting races, if you will, that will actually end up coming out of this thing. I think that this is going to be a big opportunity for the wide receiver group to kind of prove some people wrong. I think I'm probably one of the few that actually believes that they're much better than they're getting credit for. I think some of the national media and stuff continue to kind of pick on them and think that I know that they're going to, if they can find a guy in the portal that's really good, they're going to try to sign him. There's no question about that. But I also think that they kind of like the guys that they've got. And you think about all the experience it returns with those top 4. They've played a bunch of football. So I think that group's better. I think they're going to be able to kind of prove it over the next few weeks. So I'm really excited to see him. Clearly, everybody's excited to see the running backs and this, that, and the other. But I go back to the same thing that I'll die on this hill. I will die on this hill, Matt. There is no way that we can spend 12 months a year talking about you're not going to be any good in the SEC unless you're good in the trenches. And then when it comes time to, well, what are you excited to see the most? Nobody talks about the trenches. So, well, they had a bad year. Well, they weren't very good in the trenches. It equates every single time. You do realize that, right? Every team, you can go to the offensive and defensive lines, and if they were pretty good, that team was probably pretty good. If they were excellent, that team was probably excellent. If they were terrible, that team was probably pretty terrible. Unless you have a guy like Lenore Sellers who is able to mitigate some of that, and he was able to do that until they were able to get a little bit better. So that's going to be point A and point B, replacing the dudes on the defensive side of the ball, replacing the guys on the offensive side of the ball, and looking at all the young guys that they've recruited and they've been developing. Let's see how much they've developed.
Yeah, and I think that when you look at both sides, the offensive line, defensive line, it really helps to have a Josiah Thompson at left tackle just penciled in, and it really helps to have a defensive end like Dylan Stewart. That helps both lines. I think that might be one of the reasons that Gamecocks lost a lot from both sides, but to have those 2 young guys back, and you just assume, the next 2 years, it's find people around them. Interested to see what the transfers do, man, because an offensive line, and Shane Beamer's talked about it. They want to be a developmental program on the offensive line. They want to bring these kids out of high school. If they have to plug and play with the transfer, they want to. So it'll be interesting for me to see how these transfers find their way into the 2 deep, because I will have some concern if a Blake Franks is 3rd string or something like that. Some of these guys that they brought in, Cam Pringle had a very highly rated player. Where is he going to fit in? Is he going to be a tackle? Is he going to be a guard? He's a mountain of a man. But, last year with Gamecocks had 2 transfers that came in and played on the offensive line. Is that going to be the case again this year? How's that development going?
Yeah, no question. I totally agree. This would be a great opportunity for the quarterbacks and Mike Shula as well to be able to really fluidly be able to work on a bunch of things. It's going to be, I think, a wonderful, as long as everybody stays healthy, spring practice period for a team that is squarely on the map now in your South Carolina Gamecocks. All right, Matt, of the 4 SEC games being played today, the Rebels and Auburn at 1, Texas and Tennessee at 3:30 or 25 minutes post game 1, and then the nightcap, Missouri and Florida and Kentucky and Alabama. Best game out of those 4.
I'm going to say Kentucky, Alabama. I think that, Kentucky's only played 1 game in this tournament. They did bump up to that 10-point lead last night. It looked like they were coasting. got their scare out of them. They got their legs going. Let's see what Alabama's legs look like after a little bit of a break. It's not common for a team not to play since last Saturday. So I want to see what Alabama looks like. Neither team plays fantastic defense. And I think this is an opportunity for the teams to get out there and run. It's what I'm looking forward to. And, Mike talks about this a lot on your show and, all the shows that Mike's on. Do you really want to play 5 games in 5 days or 4 games in 5 days? Or, what is it? These teams that are playing today for the first time have such a huge advantage because they should be fresh. But at the same time, it's a neutral court. And these other teams have played on this court. They know their shots. They know where they're going to try and be. So I'm expecting close games all the way around. I do think that Auburn's the best team in the SEC this year consistently. I think Auburn will probably win it, but I wouldn't be surprised if any of these teams cut down the nets on Sunday.
I think Texas and Tennessee is going to be something to see today. Texas obviously has got a little magic in them right now, but it's going to be a lot of Vol fans that are in that arena and a lot of orange. I mean, a lot of orange. So if anybody in Nashville who's planning to, go to any of these ball games, make sure they're prepared for what's going to hit probably around like 2:30 when a lot of the fans kind of start filtering in. But certainly at 3:30 when you cut on TV, that's too much orange for my taste, man. I'll be happy right here. We're about to head to Gatlinburg, actually, so I guess we'll kind of not be too far away. But I think that game's got a chance to be really, really good. Final thoughts from you on the number of teams that get in on Sunday. Is it 13? Is it 14?
The 2 teams I'm looking at the hardest here would be Arkansas and Texas. I think that Texas has done enough to merit being in the field. I think that Arkansas came on strong towards the late part of the season. I think if Arkansas had beat South Carolina the first time they played and, not lost by almost 35, the Gamecocks are by 35, I think they'd be a lock. Looking at those 2 teams, but ultimately I do think it'll be 14. And I think that Texas has done enough. And Arkansas was already solidly in the field ahead of Texas. I can't see them dropping out. And the bubble is just so soft. So let's go 14.
Yeah, I think it's 14. I just the opportunities, there's just too much. I mean, Texas, after beating A&M last night, I doubt the last team in the tournament right now. They're probably 2 or 3 spots ahead of that. But if they beat Tennessee today, it's over. I mean, it's a non-negotiable. It's not a conversation starter. They're in the tournament if they beat Tennessee almost on their home floor, if you will. All right, game to watch outside of the SEC today.
You got to go Duke, North Carolina, because North Carolina has to win this game to get into the NCAA tournament. I think that their metrics are so bad against quad 1 opponents. I think they only have 1 quad 1 win so far this season. And I'm a big proponent. You need to have more than 1 quad 1 win to make the NCAA tournament. But then it's also, I've seen in the chat box here that flags out for the weekend, likely good for next week, according to the Raleigh News and Observer. I want to see what Duke looks like, because that's going to impact me and my bracket when I'm filling it out. A Cooper Flagg led Duke team, I think it's probably a Final Four Duke team. Without Cooper Flagg or a gimpy Cooper Flagg, maybe it's a Sweet 16 team. You just don't know. And I mean, this rivalry is, it's the Carolina Clemson rivalry in baseball and football. So I mean, these guys are going to be after it. North Carolina needs it. I'm going to watch the Big 12. Big 12 is always fun basketball. Baylor, I think, is pretty exciting right now. We'll see what Baylor does. They have a lot of talent. Let's see if they can make a run. But yeah, I mean, I'll be glued to the TV the rest of today, the rest of the weekend. And then next week, I'm pretty excited. On Wednesday night, I'm bringing on my resident college basketball expert, Mitchell Dieter. He played college basketball, and for my money, I would put him as watching more college basketball in the national landscape than any analyst you find on TV. The dude has like 7 TVs and just is constantly watching college basketball. And so we had a really good show last year. So it'll be good this year too. We're going to go through the entire bracket.
That'll be Wednesday night.
Wednesday night. And I'm preparing everyone. It might be a bit longer because if we got it, we might be talking Gamecocks the NIT as well.
Yeah, we probably will be. I'll be honest with you. That's gonna be my my big bold Friday prediction that South Carolina will receive and accept an invite to the National Invitational Tournament in year 3 of Vermont Paris after putting up a 12-20 record and 2-16 in league play in the regular season, 2-17 when you include postseason.
Wild times.
Carolina softball. Give me a prediction. Who wins the series? Gamecocks, Dogs. Carolina's lost 4 in a row.
I'm gonna go Gamecocks. I think that they've shown me so far this season they can play with anybody. And that Oklahoma series was probably a little bit of a letdown after that. But I think that they're just too good, and I'm pulling for the girls. I can't wait to go see a game. I'm going to get there soon. And then I bought the Flex Pass for baseball too. You cannot beat that deal.
Good deal, no doubt.
Yeah,
no doubt. I mean, I can beat it.
Regular people can't beat it, JB.
If you're talking to me now, I can actually beat it. But I hear you. No, yes, anybody that can go out, they're. We had Ashley on yesterday, and Coach Lake understands the ticket situation too, so he'll be on just a second. But Ashley's expecting it to be jam packed. She mentioned yesterday, I think there's only standing room tickets available. Georgia, historically known for offense. 5 of their last 7, they scored 2 or less runs. So they've been struggling at the plate. The Gamecocks going to look to take advantage of that beginning at 6 o'clock tonight. And then finally, Oklahoma is in town this weekend. It is the first SEC series ever for the Sooners as part of this league, and they get to do it in the famous Founders Park at Ray Tanner Field. Who wins? I
got Gamecocks taking 2 out of the 3. My biggest concern is Oklahoma on the base pass. They love.
We're about to talk about that. Yeah, that's coming up ASAP here just a little bit. For anybody that doesn't know the numbers, you're going to hear them and you're going to go, huh? And that's a problem for South Carolina. There's no question. But the rotations changed. We'll get it well into it with Stuart Lake. It's good to see you, man. Glad to have you as always. The king of late night. Wednesday nights, the late night Gamecock show. I know I didn't get a chance to respond to you the other day. I was driving up here on I don't know where I was, 26 or 40 or something like that. So my apologies, but you did have a great show. Well done, you and Alex, and we'll always appreciate what y'all do. Talk to you probably next week sometime when we get all this tournament stuff ironed out.
Absolutely. Y'all have a good one. Coach Lake, have a great show. Try and see you sometime soon. Bye, guys.
All right, brother. Thanks, man. There you go. Matt Anderson, a complete hour 1 with him. Very interesting on the NIT. Could be back-to-back years, Carolina men and women playing in the postseason. If you're just tuning in, you're going, what? Yeah, you heard it. Looking more and more likely at the Gamecocks. Yesterday, I wanted nothing to do with this conversation. A little bit different this go-around for sure. All right, that's the end of hour number 1. But the final hour is coming up here in just a minute. The great Stuart Lake will join us. We'll talk plenty of Carolina baseball with him, and we'll get in some softball as well. Tony Pope, State Farm, TonyPope.com, TonyPope.com to shop your insurance in South Carolina and in the fake peach state of Georgia. Stuart Lake up next on The Morning Show.
It's gone! That ball is going to be out of here! Fair ball in the corner!
The atmosphere in Founders Park is electric. There's nothing like being loud and proud for our Gamecocks. Gamecock Traditions proudly supports Carolina baseball and wants you to look your best while you're at the ballpark. Come see us and choose from the best selection of game hats, hoodies, shirts, and all that entails the baseball logo. From tailgate gear to jewelry and plenty for your kids, Gamecock Traditions is your Gamecock baseball locker room. Don't forget, we have the widest selection for all sports and USC apparel. Come see us in Lexington or in the Village at Sandhill, or order online and have it shipped to your doorstep at GamecockTraditions.com. Go Gamecocks!
When you bundle home and auto, good things can happen. You get a local agent who can help you choose the right coverage for you at a price that's right for you.
Call State Farm agent Tony Pope today.
Nana's Porch presents a Southern staple, delivered right to your doorstep. Nana's Porch locally crafted pimento cheese has been a hit for years at weddings, tailgates, and other events. Now you can order online and have it sent to your home. Visit nanasporch.com. That's nanasporch.com and click the pimento cheese tab to choose between their original pimento cheese and their jalapeno smoked pimento cheese set. nanasporch.com, man, that's good.
When you bundle home and auto, good things can happen. You get a local agent who can help you choose the right coverage for you at a price that's right for you.
Call State Farm agent Tony Pope today.
This is my dirt.
Welcome back to Inside the Gamecocks, the morning show. Presented by the Barn Dominium Company and Resto Pros of the Midlands. Hour 2 starts now.
Yeah, I'd hate to be the first to sell. This is my dirt, these are my fields, where I harvest what I plant. That little pond, I catch bluegill. I built that barn with my 2 hands, where I raise my babies, a piece of me. Now this ain't just a piece of land. The money be great, but I can't part ways with a life that works. You can't put a greenback dollar on what it's worth.
All right, it is the final hour of the morning show and of the work week. Inside the Gamecocks, built by the Barndo Co. and brought to you by our friends at Resto Pros. There when you need them, Resto Pros of the Midlands, Resto Pros Midlands, SC.com. Phil, I think you got some music going on in the background there, brother. If you don't mind shutting that down so me and Coach Lake could hear each other, we'd appreciate it. Hey, Coach, it's time to play ball in the SEC.
I was worried it might be something here. I'm up here in the radio booth, so there's no telling what's going on around here already.
Yeah, that's a good point. That's a good point. Well, I'm in the mountains. We're about to ride up to Gatlinburg and then get back in time to sit in that hot tub behind me and listen to you call the game tonight.
That's not a bad deal. You're there all weekend?
Yeah, we came up on Wednesday. My family's got a house up here, so we try to get away when the kids are off school. They had a half day yesterday, and they're off today.
Oh, good.
So, and Carrie was already working up in Hendersonville, so I said, "Well, shoot, I'll just throw the kids in the truck and let's go on up."
Heck
So, yeah. So we've done nothing but eat. And, about how it goes, you know.
Yeah.
But it's time to play ball in the SEC, and Oklahoma comes to town this weekend. So we will get to some softball too. South Carolina and Georgia. We talked to Ashley yesterday, and she was able to give us a little look at the Dogs softball coming off of a loss against Coastal Carolina, and going to try to get back on track this evening at 6 o'clock. Brad Mueller will call that game. I will say this offhand real quick with softball, Coach, before we get to the baseball team. I think, and I told Ashley yesterday, I think what happened Wednesday night was Coach Tanner's fault.
Yeah,
you know,
being in the booth,
yeah, being in the booth. Yeah, I just think that was bad mojo. He just needs to stay away from the microphone, and I think they'll be fine.
Yeah, I didn't even realize he was doing it till really that day, and so definitely got to be his fault for that one.
I don't know if he'll take.
How was he? Did you listen? Did you listen to any? I didn't listen. How did he do?
I did. It was a complicated effort going along 26 to get here. I had you on in the radio, and then I had the phone and an earpiece on softball, and I had kids in the back seat, so I had to.
That's a professional move there. I don't know if I could have pulled all that off.
It wasn't very easy. But I did get a chance to hear him in and out, and I mean you know how good he is. I think he's actually really good with the mic.
Okay.
So I think he did a wonderful job. But when he does baseball, his stories, and most importantly, like Coach, as you well know, the way he sees the game is just, it's so different from the way most people see it. And So I actually wish he would do more. I wish he would walk up and sit on the radio with y'all more often.
Yeah, we enjoy it. He's here at the games like tonight. He does now the President's Suite, so he's hosting donors and friends of the program, those type things. So he's been at the games. I don't get to talk to him a ton. I know I had some friends of mine that are Gamecock Club people and got to spend one of the games with him, and they've told me since just how fun it was to sit and really watch a baseball game with him and listen to him kind of breaking down stuff and where he thought a third baseman should stand or where the, different things. This guy was just told me the other day, he said, I'll sit in there any game you want me to. And I was like, I'm sure it's fun. I know I always enjoyed being around him doing it. So I can imagine he's pretty good at it.
100%. Coach, if you're listening, if you want to invite me sometime, I'd be happy to sit in there and talk ball with you for about 3 hours. I could do that all day with Coach Tanner.
No doubt.
You and I do plenty of that. We're going to do it now. Carolina and Oklahoma. Gamecocks enter at 15-3, Coach. I had them at 16-2 coming out of the opening non-conference portion of their schedule. Yeah. They will continue to play non-cons throughout the season in the midweeks. But I had them at 16-2, so they're one shy of that. Not a bad record, certainly, but would have loved to have at least got one of those against the Tigers. But they've won every game since the Clemson series. And now you listen to Coach Maneri, and he says, look, I think we're ready. They are rolling out a different rotation this weekend, and they're going to start with Brandon Stone tomorrow. So in the eyeballs of Coach Lake, from game 1 to game 18, you've seen every pitch that Brandon Stone has thrown, how he's carried himself. What do you think he's done so well to allow him to earn the Friday night start in the opening SEC series?
Yeah. Friday night, and to think we didn't really know who Brandon Stone was coming in. He's a good junior college recruit, going to be a guy that really helps out the bullpen. And then I think he kind of started his tour the way he came out at Clemson. Watching him warm up at Clemson, we're up in the booth. We can see the bullpen, which is on the field there now, which we've already gone through that enough. But he just kept throwing and kept throwing. He's got all those people down there. You can see the, talking. And I'm going, how well is he going to be composed to go from that environment onto the field? And he was a star that night and gave you a chance to win that game. And that's what he's been ever since. I joke on the radio a lot. I've never told him this in person because he's a really big guy, but he's like, I call him the Eclipse, because when you're standing there and he walks up, it gets dark. This is a big dude, JB. I'm talking a legit 6'6". Mm-hmm. Like we played the other night, Georgia State, I think, had a guy listed at 6'2", and I was an inch taller than him when I walked by him. So, I'm 5'10". So, there's stuff that are, how rosters are, This is a legit 6'6", 240-pound dude who, when he rolls out there tonight, will look like an SEC Friday night guy. And I feel, just like I know the coaches do, he's earned that right. And I think he's got good enough stuff. This is a really good Oklahoma team. I'm sitting up here now kind of looking at numbers, and they're going to hit. They're 313 as a team. They just don't hit for a ton of power with 16 home runs, but they're really going to hit. And they got one of my favorite coaches in the world, Todd Butler, who was at Alabama 25 years ago with Jim Wells, and is just a lifer in the SEC who works with them. I think he's one of the best. So I know they're going to hit. And then, as y'all were saying just prior to us, they certainly pitch. So, this is a formidable team right here that we're playing this weekend.
Yeah, they're going to run. They are going to flat out run. For anybody that hasn't seen the numbers in 16 games so far, 16 games so far this year for the Sooners. I said 16 games. They have attempted 53 stolen bases, and they've swiped 46 of those. Coach, what do you know about Brandon Stone's ability? Well, if you don't want people to steal bases, the whole key is to keep them off the base paths, which means get them out. But if guys are on, his ability to hold them on, and in addition to that, let's just be honest, it is what it is. Talmadge obviously has dealt with with a thumb injury on his throwing hand, but all the catchers have struggled to throw guys out this year. That has been a problem, and that will be a problem this weekend if they can't figure out how to keep these guys close.
Yeah, it certainly will. I mean, we've only thrown one guy out. We've picked 3 off. So it makes it look a little better when you see runners are 20 out of 24, but only one of those has come from behind the plate. But, yeah, this is a team. If they get on early in the innings, no outs, 1 out, they're certainly running. I mean, just see that's what they're about, because I don't know how to park a play tonight right now. Heck, there aren't even flags out right now. So I was going to say how the flags are flying. I just realized I hadn't even put the flags out yet. But it could be a big park tonight. It could be a small park. You know how Founders is, but bottom line, this team's not coming here, Oklahoma, to try to hit home runs. They may hit a couple this weekend, but they're coming here to manufacture their runs, get on base, steal bases, go first to third, go second to home. So not only will the pressure be on our catchers, the pressure is going to be on whoever ends up in the outfield, whether it's Ethan still in right and I assume Hall in center, maybe it's Jones and whoever. They're going to have to get the ball in. Because these aren't going to be guys that are just taking big loopy turns at first. They're going to be coming out of the box to look for extra bases.
Who do you think gets the start and left after what Stone's done the last couple of weeks?
Well, if you're asking me, I hope he rolls that same lineup as the other night. I mean, I've really enjoyed this lineup. Evan Stone went down to the Citadel. Coach Manera even said it on the radio last Sunday. He goes, I don't know how the guy keeps so happy. He should be in the lineup. And, Derek and I kind of looked at each other like we agree. He wasn't in the lineup. It's Blake Jackson, but he's back in the lineup Tuesday night. He just creates some things in the middle of that. When I say middle, Nathan Hall and Ethan Petrie are legit dudes, 1 and 3. So he kind of creates a little bit of maybe the pitching coach. I joked around with a scout the other night. I said, maybe their peripheral's looking at Ethan Petrie and you throw a fastball to Evan Stone that you normally wouldn't. But he hustles so much. He gets on base. I'd love to see him on first base with Ethan hitting to just distract Witherspoon, a little bit tonight, because otherwise, I know we're getting to it. This dude just strikes everybody out.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it's going to be we need some kind of distraction to him.
Yeah. Evan is obviously a kid who, him. I know him, personally. I'm when he's in the lineup, it makes me very happy. And I you know what I mean? And Coach, in this business, I mean, obviously you've coached some of these guys who are still on the roster and we're not technically really supposed to pull for kids and things like that, but throw that crap out the window sometimes. Some of these guys that are in uniform here are just too good of people to not pull for. Yeah. I mentioned the other day, Will Tippett. I'm like, hey, if somebody needs to hire somebody, like, hey man, I need to make a big young hire next year in my company. And, unless you need him to be like a brain surgeon, I'd probably suggest guys like Will Tippett and Evan Stone, Matthew Becker. Like, they're just good people. But when they put that uniform on, and you mentioned that is so funny that he said he's just always happy. He is always happy. All he wants is for them to win. And obviously he wants to be a part of it. But, if he's not in there, he's going to be cheering just as hard as if he was in there. And so as long as he's been in the program, Coach, you've been around kids like this your whole life. Guys who just wait and maybe he finally gets his chance and maybe he takes it and runs with it. We'll see.
Well, we had a kid on the 2000 team who's a man now, Steve Thomas. The guy transferred in 2000, I believe, Coach Tanner. He came from UNC Asheville, super intelligent person. That's why he's been so successful in his career. And Coach Tanner, for the next 2 years, told him at every opportunity he should transfer, quit, take 2 weeks off, and not play again. And the guy just kept smiling, going, okay, that's fine. And then his senior year leads us to Omaha. He's famous for his bat flip. He still leads the program in doubles in a season. I'm not telling you Evan Stone's going to do all that, but they're the same personality. Evan Stone, whenever baseball's over, is going to be super successful in whatever he does, like Steve Thomas, because you said it, they just ultimately want to win. And if you ultimately just want to win, you're not going to worry about going 0 for 3 or whatever. I felt so bad for Evan the other night. I don't know if you were paying attention when he got back picked and they picked him off at first.
Yeah.
And I just knew, and I kind of made a joke up here because Eskew was coaching first. So Cade kind of got on him a little bit, like, yeah, that's 2 outs, you can't get picked. I said, that's bad first base coaching, which was a joke, obviously, because Eskew's not out there to become a first base coach. But I talked to Coach Maneri the next day, and it was so funny because he got on him, and he said, it's just so hard to get on that guy. He said, but I had to get on him. And I said, oh, you had to. He actually, I think Evan waited long enough for Coach to get from third to get on him, because he was so mad at himself. You got Ethan Petrie standing at the plate. You get back picked first. So just a guy that, again, I'm looking at last Wednesday's lineup. I want to see the same one just roll out. We'll see if it will. Hopefully Talmadge I know he's going to keep gutting through it with his thumb, and hopefully it keeps healing as the process goes.
Yeah, a little PSA on Tao for anybody. Everything's going to be day to day with him. It just is what it is with a thumb injury. You're going to be in the lineup, and then you might take BP, and you might come out of the lineup. I mean, so we'll just have to see. Every day is going to be have to see with Talmadge Lee. I will say this, and we'll hit a quick timeout. Mayshore got an AB the other night. What do you think that means for his future? Have you heard anything on that?
Well, I know that he's trying to go through as much rehab. He's dealing with what could be a serious injury with the hip. So I know they're trying to rehab, but trying to find out every option before surgery is the last option. If you have some type of surgery, your season's over. It's his senior year transferring in. So I thought he ran well, though. I said that to Coach yesterday. I said, hey, it was great to see Mayshore get in. I thought he really got down the line and kind of timed him. It was a good time. And he just told me, let's hope he keeps getting better, because he could be maybe a big part right now, the bench or that type role is how they see it. I just don't know. I don't know where he's at, though, physically.
Okay. He certainly was a kid they were probably going to rely on.
I think he'd have been starting personally. I kept watching that swing. It was simple. I know his background from his dad. I thought he was going to be an everyday kind of guy until he got hurt.
I'm with you. I hyped him up all preseason, and then got to go out there and watch him the way I'm like, man, this kid just looks like a college baseball player. So boy, I hope he can get it going and get healthy. Came a long way to play baseball from Eagle, Idaho, to just go down with an injury. So we'll see what happens there. All right, we're going to hit a timeout. We'll come back. We'll look at the matchup tonight. There are 2 pitchers. There's generally 2 starting pitchers in baseball games. We mentioned ours, Brandon Stone for the Gamecocks, but we'll get to the kid who's going to fire it in from Oklahoma as well, and then the rest of the weekend rotation, and we'll talk about some of these guys and what's going on and how ready is Carolina for SEC play. Well, if you heard Coach Maneri, I guess they're ready. If you are ready to get out to the ballpark tonight and go see the Gamecocks play at 7:00, or maybe you're going to go to Beckham Field and see Ashley Chastain's top 10 softball program, you might want to stop into Gamecock Traditions first, GamecockTraditions.com. You can order it. They are quick over there. They get those orders out the door, but not that quick. Like, you're not going to order it now online and then get it before 6:00. So you will have to probably go into the store, the Village at Sandhill or in Lexington, both places that Coach Lake and I have spent way too much money in. GamecockTraditions.com. They are fully loaded for Carolina baseball and softball season, and basketball and football, and you name it, it's all there. These Ribo hats are in there. They still have Gamecock football card packs and women's basketball. You can get those, and it is always somebody's anniversary, and it's always somebody's birthday, and there's nothing better than a Carolina logo on something from Gamecock Traditions. GamecockTraditions.com. Hang tight. Hour 2 rolls on. We'll be right back.
The Aventon Adventure 2 takes the same basic design as the original Aventon Adventure, making it an adventure bike designed to take you places that typical roads just don't reach, allowing you to ride whatever terrain you want based on your whims of the day. Look at what you're getting: hydraulic disc brakes, torque sensor for responsive pedal assist, great LED lighting, suspension, a beautifully welded frame with excellent build quality, included rear rack, included fenders. The list just keeps going on.
Visit electricbikescharleston.com for more.
When you bundle home and auto, good things can happen. You get a local agent who can help you choose the right coverage for you at a price that's right for you.
Call State Farm agent Tony Pope today.
Gamecock Nation, my name is Kyle, longtime listener of the show and avid golfer. I wanted to take my game to the next level, but let's face it, golf is a hard game to learn on your own. I heard the ad from McKellar Enterprises and reached out to the owner and former Gamecock golfer Meredith Taylor. In just 2 months of working with Meredith, I shot my lowest round ever, and I've never felt more confident in my golf game. So if you're looking to take your game to the next level, go to McKellarEnterprises.org and book your lesson today with former Gamecock golfer Meredith Taylor. Go Gamecocks.
Think about that old ride of yours. The carpools, the road trips, the heavy hauls, date nights, and the dings and the dents and the sticky spills and cracker crumbs, and that smell that really never goes away. Do you really want to start the new year in the same old ride? Or is it time for a fresh start? Now's the time for incredible New Year's savings at Love Chevrolet on the entire lineup of award-winning vehicles. Love has more new Chevys on the lot than any other dealer in the Midlands, in the color, style, features you've been looking for. With New Year's savings and Love's famous low price guarantee, your new ride in 25 will be invigorating, exhilarating, and affordable too. South Carolina's #1 volume Chevy dealer, I-26 at Harbison, and online at lovechevy.com. Together, let's drive.
That's the power of love. Love Chevy.
When you bundle home and auto, good things can happen. You get a local agent who can help you choose the right coverage for you at a price that's right for you.
Call State Farm agent Tony Pope today.
You're tuned into Inside the Gamecocks, the morning show. Powered by Electric Bikes of Charleston and part of the Chief Sports Network.
Don't cry for me when I'm gone. Just put a quarter in the jukebox and sing me back home. And tip your hats and raise your glasses of cold beer. They say country's fading, but just keep waving that flag around here. And I know it'll keep on coming back. Long as people pledge allegiance, where folks still pledge allegiance, I pledge allegiance to the hat.
There you go. Eric Church getting us ready for Carolina baseball tonight. The 13th ranked Oklahoma Sooners are in town. Gamecocks trying to get off on a good note in SEC play. Welcome back. That is the great Stuart Lake. And what in the world? Oh, okay. Sorry. I'm getting messages left and right. People need this and people need that. Man, I'm in the mountains on the radio. Everybody just calm down. Anyways, that's a great Stuart Lake. You get to listen to him tonight at 6:45. And I guess the tag team is back together. Derek will be in the booth. But
I don't know. Yeah. I called Derek this morning and said, look, I know you and Casey love being together, Judge Manning. So I guess you guys are and he was just laughing. He said, did you hear my conclusion to Tuesday's game or Wednesday's game? It was Wednesday's game. I said, no. He goes, I wrapped up the season. He said, I thought we'd put it to bed. So it'll be interesting to see if we get it. I'm with you. I listened to y'all in the first hour. Maybe you and I I hope they play.
Yeah.
I mean, to me, it's a game. And I don't know what'll be the decision. I know it'll be, what Murray Boyles really probably decides is going to decide if we play or not. But I won't bet a go because it sounds like it would be Tuesday night. It'd be here. We're going to be over at Segra doing the College of Charleston game, but I wouldn't mind seeing us go on our roll. Everybody laughed when we won the NIT. What was that, 05 and 06? We won it back-to-back, but, heck, it was fun. I mean, it gave you something to watch. It gave you something to get into a little bit. So, I don't know. I'm ready to get Derek in here, and I love doing it with Cade as well, but I kind of hope they play. I'd love to see us win a couple games and in this season when it does end with a little more positive note than it was able to, losing to Arkansas the other day. But what do I know?
I can't agree anymore. Look, man, I always want to play. So but that's me.
Too.
Yeah. I'm built different, I guess. I don't know.
I'm the same way. If I ever lose a game, I am literally ready to play you within 30 minutes. Again.
Yeah, exactly.
And I know how competitive these coaches are and how those players are. So we'll see how it all works out. But I don't know. I think it'd be fun. I don't know how the tickets work, but if we could just let our students go in there and have fun, maybe it could turn out to be a cool environment.
It could, maybe. I wish they'd still have the finals or the semifinals and finals in the in Madison Square Garden. That was pretty neat. There's no question. Big moments in there. But Mike Morgan called those games, as a matter of fact, for Carolina basketball. All right. Well, maybe some magical moments this weekend. Here's the pitching matchups. We'll start with Saturday, and then we'll get to Friday here in just a second. McCoy will go tomorrow. He's 1-1 with a 4.74 ERA, 19 innings, 8 walks, 38 strikeouts. A phenomenal walk to strikeout ratio for Jake McCoy.
Yeah.
It's not the best of the weekend. We'll tell you who it is in just a second, but it's pretty darn phenomenal. Malachi Witherspoon, the junior righty, will get the ball tomorrow. He's 2-0 with a 4 flat earned run average, 18 innings, 11 walks, and 17 strikeouts. Witherspoon, 11 walks, 17 strikeouts, 18 innings. Remember that. On Sunday, if we play Sunday, and we'll get to the weather here also in just a minute, it's actually maybe looking better than it was. Dylan Eskew, the senior righty, who's 0-1, which is crazy to even think he doesn't have a win yet. I don't understand that, but he's got a 1.69 earned run average, 16 innings pitched, 12 walks, 19 strikeouts. Clearly the walks in the HBPs are his bugaboo. He's going to have to be careful about that this weekend if Oklahoma's going to be stealing bases. Cam Johnson, the sophomore lefty, gets it for the Sooners opposite Dylan Eskew. He's got a 3.93 ERA, 18 and a third, 12 walks, and 20 strikeouts. And then that brings us back to tonight. Brandon Stone has maybe been the most reliable guy thus far this year, and he's going to get the opportunity to have the ball in his hand and throw the first pitch of SEC play here in 2025 at about 7:01 p.m. He's 1-0 with a 1.93 earned run average, 18 2/3, 3 walks, and 23 strikeouts. He will pitch to contact as well and try to roll a bunch of ground balls, but he's been really, really good. And so has Kyson Witherspoon, Coach. He's a junior righty who is 4-0 with a 1.17 earned run average. And while that is very impressive, in 23 innings pitched, he's walked 5 guys and he's struck out 40 in 23 innings. So Carolina, from time to time, they'll have some issues with striking out. I'll be interested to see how that maybe affects the lineup a little bit tonight, what Coach Maneri is thinking. We mentioned Evan Stone and guys like that, how he wants this thing to look. You can't go in there and whiff at it 12, 13, 14 times tonight. They're going to have to find a way to put the ball in play.
Yeah, there's no question. So Witherspoon continues a first rounder. I mean, he's going to be some team's first pick if he continues the way he is right now. You look at numbers, they're hitting 138 against him.
Yeah.
The 40 strikeouts loom enough. So I went back and looked at last year because I wasn't keeping up with Oklahoma last year. They weren't in the conference, but he was 8-3 last year. Now his ERA was a little bit higher at 3.7, 80 innings pitched, which is a good number of innings pitched. 90 strikeouts last year with only 40 walks. So his walks were obviously higher last year to get to that amount. But this is a first-round type arm, and this is what you expect on a Friday night in the SEC. I mean, it was I had one of our fans and say to me yesterday, wow, if we can get through Oklahoma, I said, hey, you do know everyone has a Kyson Witherspoon in this league. This is what you're going to just see. We go to Arkansas next week. They're not throwing a midweek guy. They're going to be throwing another stud. And then you get to come back here and see the only undefeated team, and if they can still be undefeated by the time they come here, I'm going to go, holy cow, because Tennessee plays Florida this weekend. But it's just going to be every time. That's where we're hoping with what we're rolling out in Brandon Stone. Maybe Brandon Stone becomes that guy for us. He certainly has the ability and what we've seen him do to be that Friday night kind of guy.
Yeah. Yeah, I 100% coach. And you're right. If you've watched any SEC baseball in your life, you should expect this virtually every Friday night. In Carolina, hey, look, the Gamecocks are trying to roll out their own version of this as well now with Brandon Stone too, and we'll kind of see how that goes. The one thing I noticed with the Witherspoon kid, I in his 4 starts this year, so he's beaten Lehigh, he's beaten Minnesota, he beat CSUN. Who the hell is CSUN?
Wasn't that Cal State Northridge? Is that what it is?
Oh, that's what it is. Cal State University Northridge. Okay.
Yeah.
And then last week, Sam Houston State. Now, there was something interesting in the Sam Houston game. So he did throw 5 innings, 1 hit, and he gave up 1 unearned. He walked 2 and he struck out 12. He was quite obviously fairly dominant. But he every game this year, 90 pitches, 97 pitches, 92. He 90 pitches through 5 against a team like Sam Houston State. You know, when you strike out a lot, you're going to throw a lot of pitches. So what do you think the strategy is going to be with Monty and Maneri tonight? Because you know they're going to try to run that number up and get him out of the ball game. So what's that strategy look like?
Well, you go into it. I used to consider a quality inning. When I first started doing quality at bats, I'd say 15 pitches. And then as I learned, that was kind of hard to put on a hitter. So we became 18 pitches was a quality inning, even if you didn't score a run. So that would just keep adding up where we could get guys out of the game. I always wanted, when I was in the league, to better get in the other team's bullpen by the 6th inning. I didn't care if it was 2 outs in the 6th inning. If you got in their bullpen and made them get 9+ outs, I always felt like you had a good chance to do something offensively. Most teams in this league have a dominant closer. So, hopefully we're creating one. As I look through, I know we want Brandon Sweeney to be that guy. I don't know if he is yet, that dominant guy. But you felt like if you could get the starter out and gave yourself 6 or 7 outs before that dominant guy came in, and we did. We won a lot of games by doing that. So tonight, I'm going to be a pitch count per inning. If we can get 17 to 20 pitches in that first inning, if we don't score and can do that for a few innings, we're in their bullpen. Again, in that 6th inning. And not that their bullpen's weak, but their bullpen ain't Kyson Witherspoon. So, I mean, that's going to be key to us to try to get in that bullpen if we can, late 6th, early 7th inning.
Yeah. So let's go into the strategy of how you do that, though, because I do think that first of all, folks who watch the ball game, there could be some misconception there. The other thing is, Coach, you sure as hell don't want your guys just going up there and just kind of standing around, make them throw a bunch of pitches. No, you still want to be aggressive. So kind of talk about that line. It can be a fairly fine line and how you run a pitch count up, but you want to do it without taking a bunch of call third strikes and putting yourselves in bad positions to hit too.
Yeah, I read, as weird as it sounds, if I'm telling you, hey, we want to run Witherspoon's pitch count up, I'm also telling our guys, I want you to swing.
Yeah.
I want foul balls. I want balls. Here's what I always thought about it, and I used to really go to our pitching coaches, Coach Myers, Coach Bianco at Ole Miss, John Pulowski, Skylar Mead. I've worked with some really good pitching guys, and they all kind of agreed, if you are a dude and I come out, you remember when Skeens came here?
Yeah.
Skeens came here and was going to shove it down our throat, and then the ball's in the bleachers.
Yep.
This is a testosterone league. Everybody in this league who goes on that mound thinks they're better than the pitcher, and every guy that steps in the plate thinks they're better than the pitcher. So we got to swing tonight. So as weird as I'm sitting here telling you run up pitch counts, which I do think is going to be important, if we swing and hit some balls hard or hit some hard foul balls, all of a sudden Kyson Witherspoon's got to be a little finer.
Yeah.
If we just stand there and let him throw it right over the middle of the plate and take, or we seem a little tentative, well, all that's going to do is just add more juice to him. So I just hope we come out and really get swings off early. I'll never forget that with Skeens. I mean, that's how we end up winning this game. But I know the weather became an issue, and he still got his strikeouts. But remember, his pitch count was already run up because we were swinging. We were fouling balls off. We had a couple home runs. That's what I feel like tonight's got to be.
Yeah, this is not Little League baseball. It's not the kid on the mound who can't throw a strike and you just stand your guys up there and have a merry-go-round. This is the SEC, as you pointed out. And I love that. I love when that conversation comes up, and you just brought it up again. It's a testosterone league. It is. It's a blank measuring contest in some ways, and words that we probably can't be using around here. But if you're not aggressive, this guy's just going to sit there and pump it down your throat, and it's over. They have to be aggressive. I think this is going to sound strange, Coach. You might have even mentioned this last week, but I was having a conversation about this with somebody the other day. I said, man, I'm telling you what, if I'm Ethan Petrie, I am ecstatic that all this crap is over with. These, Milwaukee's and give me these guys. Bring on the guys I'm going to see in the big leagues. These are the dudes that you really like. You remember, Smoke couldn't stand playing the non-con. All he wanted to do was have the guys out there who thought they were better than him so he could prove them all wrong. And I think guys like Ethan have a lot of that. So he's going to get challenged starting tonight. I'm excited to watch him against these cats.
Well, I'm the same way. And Derek picks on me a lot because I'm so ready. I'm tired of some of these teams. I can't pronounce names. I don't know where they're from. So I'm so excited to start getting SEC people in here. I know the coaches. I'm excited. Their head coach, Skip Johnson, was a JUCO coach when I was at Ole Miss. He was at Navarro, one of the best in the country. Went on to Texas as a pitching coach. Came over, I think it's his 8th season at Oklahoma. Todd Butler, I've already mentioned. He was one of the guys that I really just wanted to be like when I got in this league. He was at Alabama as a hitting coach, a recruiting guy. So when we get into league play, that's when I'm fired up. You get to see people you really enjoy. Again, you're right. You're going to challenge each other, and you're going to walk out of here tonight. And the cool thing, Drew Meyer and I talked about it, you're not worried tonight if you go 1 for 3 or 0 for 5 or 5 for 5. All that matters now is wins.
Yep.
You've got 30 opportunities to win games. And if this team can find a way to win 13 games in this conference, I'm not too sure they might not get in a regional. Because like y'all were talking, there might be 14, 15 teams this year from the SEC. If basketball does what I think they're going to do, basketball's about to blow the lid off of, we got to be nice and let, 2 teams from this league. They're about to say, nope, we're going to take the best teams based on what we do in baseball, RPI. I know they use that net and different things. I think the SEC clearly is going to have 12 teams in baseball make a regional this year. You might see up to 14 teams. We took care of business. You opened our segment saying 16-2, but we're 15-3. And we got 8 more opportunities out of conference. If we can be 22-4, when those 26 games are done, and then win 13 games in the conference, 35 wins, I'm using high math on us here, you're getting in a regional because your RPI is going to be in the top 20 with the teams we're playing.
You're exactly right. 14 wins, you're hosting one. I'll make that prediction right now.
Yeah.
If you're 14-16 in this league this year and you've taken care of the non-con, which Carolina largely has, and we expect them to do, they will host a regional. Anything above that, you're knocking on the door for the golden stuff. 13 teams or 13 wins, 13-17, 100%. Matter of fact, somebody got in last year with 12. So, Coach, I mean, and now you've only made it harder, not easier, with Texas and Oklahoma.
Yeah. And so I'm certainly not saying we're not good enough to win. We might win 18 games.
Right.
But the point is, and I don't think there's a better guy to be in charge right now than Coach Maneri. The guy refuses to look at the next day with the team. Now, he jokes with me all the time, like, now, Stuart, I look ahead. But I'm like, I know. But he never talks about, beside Omaha, what's next. So he's such a great guy to lead you into this right now because he knows what this league's about. I bet he would, if he could tell us he's ready for all that post-game or preseason stuff to be over too. But he can start getting into it.
Yep. And also start getting into some better weather. We'll give you that forecast coming up here in just a second. I can tell you today is going to be the best day all year long to this point. There's no question about that. And we got some more inside this series. Again, it's the opening weekend for the SEC. We'll take a quick glance at everything else that's going on around the league. And then we'll let you go get some lunch while you're watching Phil and JC. Coach Lake will be on the air tonight at 6:45 with Derek. So it's a full day of Carolina-filled stuff, and we're glad to lead it all for you here on Inside the Gamecocks, the morning show.
Hey, this is Cornbread Cowboy, and you're listening to the show. We'll be right back.
The Aventon Adventure 2 takes the same basic design as the original Aventon Adventure, making it an adventure bike designed to take you places that typical roads just don't reach, allowing you to ride whatever terrain you want based on your whims of the day. Look at what you're getting. Hydraulic disc brakes, torque sensor for responsive pedal assist, great LED lighting, suspension, a beautifully welded frame with excellent build quality, included rear rack, included fenders. The list just keeps going on.
Visit electricbikescharleston.com for more. Welcome to Palm Casual Patio Furniture. Because we are the factory, Palm Casual has the ability to offer the highest quality outdoor furniture paired with world-class service. Since 1979, our factory showrooms have done our best to make the buying process as easy as possible for our customers. Our understanding of the many factors that go into your decision has helped us create our 30-day trial period that increases the level of comfort our customers feel during the shopping experience. Visit us in Somerville, Mount Pleasant, Myrtle Beach, and Bluffton, and online at palmcasual.com for our products in out-of-state locations. Go Gamecocks! Welcome home. That's what the Gamecocks say, and so does nationally recognized the Barndominium Company, where they are building dream homes in the Carolinas, Georgia, and Tennessee. Their turnkey process can be custom designed and takes 6 months on average. Make your dream a reality. Visit thebarndominiumco.com, thebarndominiumco.com.
You don't have to be Scottish to enjoy South Carolina's most unique family festival, a celebration of Celtic culture. Tartan Days South, built by Culpeper Wood. Experience adventure, Highland games, music, dancing, animals, crafts, rides, a car show, and a parade. Kick off your weekend with a Celtic concert on Friday and a full day of affordable fun and festivities on Saturday at the historic Columbia Speedway, April 3rd through 5th. Get your tickets and more information at tartandaysouth.com. Your first visit.
What's up, Gamecock fans? This is Ethan Petrie from Land O'Lakes, Florida. Go Cox.
It's a beautiful morning. I think I'll go outside for a while and just smile. Just taking some clean, fresh air for get inside. If the weather's fine and you got the time, it's your chance to wake up and plan another brand new day. Either way, it's a beautiful morning.
Yes, it is. Beautiful morning. There are no clouds in the sky where I am in Maggie Valley, North Carolina. We're about to head to Gatlinburg, Coach, and then we'll be back in time to get ready for tonight's ball game. The high in Columbia today is 77 degrees. It'll be about 74 and sunny tonight for the first pitch at 7 p.m. at Founders Park. Oh, they got it at 73. I'm going to stick with 74. I think it'll be 74. That's my prediction. And then tomorrow is expected to be warm up to about 78 degrees and cloudy, sunny, partly cloudy, but there will be a little bit of a breeze blowing in the Midlands as well. And then we get to the tricky part here, Coach. What are you hearing? Because it looks like the bad weather is going to maybe blow through first thing Sunday morning and could get out of there and maybe with just a minor delay or something to be able to play the third game that afternoon.
Well, the great thing is now everybody charters. So
Right.
Oklahoma chartered in. So there's, in the old days we had drop dead times. We were all either busing or flying out of commercial. So I know everybody wants to play 3 single games. I do believe SEC wants you to discuss it today. So at 4:00, there will at least be a decision of we're doing a doubleheader or we still need to wait and both coaches agree to see what that forecast is. We could find out today at 4:00 or so we're doing doubleheader. because they may have just talked already. I haven't been privy to that, but I know no one wants to play a doubleheader. It is just so hard to play 2 9-inning games. The fortunate thing is if you do play a doubleheader on Saturday, you do play 9 innings. You know the rule. If you don't play on Saturday, which looks like it's going to happen a lot to the West, because obviously the weather's coming from, affecting Mississippi and all that. If you play a doubleheader on Sundays, you only play 7 innings. So I know we always hated those. Sometimes it plays to your benefit, sometimes it don't. But it looks like if a doubleheader was going to happen for us, it'd be Saturday, so it'd be 2 9-inning games. I wouldn't be surprised at all if it didn't just delay the start. If Oklahoma thinks that, hey, y'all feel pretty confident we can play at 3 o'clock Sunday, instead of 1:30, we're chartering, we'll do it. So hopefully get some information, though, at least today, of where they're thinking the weather's going to lead us to.
Well, it certainly won't affect today's game. If it does, it'll be in the crowd. People love to have good weather to go watch baseball. And so if you've been craving good weather, then go watch baseball tonight at 7 o'clock at Founders Park. Elsewhere in the SEC, Coach, every single matchup this weekend has a ranked team in it. And 4 of the 8 series being played are ranked, V-ranked. 3rd-ranked Arkansas is in Oxford against 13th-ranked Ole Miss. 11th-ranked Texas, welcome to the SEC. You got to go to the dude. They've got a 5 o'clock first pitch in that ball game this afternoon. Missouri is down. If there's one team this year that is actually down, it's Missouri. But it's still the SEC. But also they have to open in the box. So LSU, the top-ranked program in the country, will welcome the Tigers this weekend. Unranked Kentucky is in Athens to take on the 4th-ranked Georgia Bulldogs at Foley Field. And, of course, you got this series, and then these final 3 are all ranked, V-ranked. 17th-ranked Alabama, 19th-ranked A&M, who is really trying to figure it out. They're like 9-6 or 10-6 or something going into this series.
Yeah.
It's a 7 o'clock first pitch tonight at Bluebell and College Station. Vandy is 16th in the nation. They're on the road at 25th ranked Auburn, kind of a resurgence of their program at Plainsman Park. And then you got the big series at Lindsey Nelson, and it's going to be nasty up there. 7th ranked Florida and 2nd ranked Tennessee. I don't care that Tennessee's ranked 2nd. I think they're number 1 ahead of LSU. That's just me. But I do know this, that's going to be a nasty ordeal up there with these 2 teams going at it in that place. And so here we go. This is what it's all about, Coach. Anything in particular outside of Oklahoma and Carolina that you'll keep your eyes on? I know you're going to try to keep your eyes on all of it for the Seawell scoreboard, but any major storylines coming to mind?
Well, I always try to look ahead in a sense of, we play Arkansas next week. So as all the stuff starts coming in, every day in the press box, you get the box score from every game and you start looking. I always love to see where we match up. But beside focusing on Oklahoma, really the only team, but I'm always going to follow Ole Miss because of my connection to them. And I really love doing that. And then I'll really be looking to see what Arkansas, because I've watched them some, but you haven't really bared down on them. It's been hard to really put too much into some of the preseason. Some teams have certainly played a challenging schedule. And then, again, there's teams playing schools that I think I know a lot, and I don't even know who they are. So I don't get too fired up with numbers. I love it now when the SEC numbers start coming out. So if you're going to tell me I'm 12th in the league, well, I'd like to know we're all playing equal people. So now it starts. That's where right now you got one set of stats, non-conference. The ones I always thought were the most important were in conference. So that's what's fun for me to start following.
Yep, there's no question. This is when you're really going to want to start paying attention. For anybody that maybe likes to look at, all the stuff with college baseball, I go to Warren Nolan. WarrenNolan.com has kind of been my favorite website to use over the years. And South Carolina right now is at 23rd in the RPI on WarrenNolan.com. And virtually every team they play is above them, and including Oklahoma, who's 15th right now. So if you win the series this weekend, you'll have a great chance to continue to improve that number. This is when you want to really start paying attention to it. Coach, we mentioned the stolen bases for Oklahoma this weekend, obviously, in the starting pitching. They do hit over 300 as a team as well. I think that because of the historical structure of the Southeastern Conference, most fans look at things and they think that it all kind of begins next weekend because you got to go to Arkansas. This, make no mistake about it, this is an outstanding Oklahoma baseball team that's going to be walking into Founders Park tonight. In South Carolina, Maneri has said all week, hey, look, we're as ready as we can be. Coach, you look back, we've seen lineup after lineup. We've seen them kind of toy with the rotation. Some of this stuff has been because of injury. Some of it has been because of good performance. Some of it has been because of lack of performance. But, he says they're ready. And tonight they're going to get really, really tested. When you look at the 18 games and everything that we've seen from this group in the non-conference slate, is there anything more that we could have seen or that you would have liked to have seen?
Well, here's what I've seen. I always, I use my old sheet of paper that I tape up on the thing, my keys to what I've seen and what we're going to see. I think a couple big things have happened. I think that all of a sudden Jordan Carrion has complemented Henry Casmore so much in the middle. We went from have turned 5 double plays a week ago to now 15 in like 7 games. Mm-hmm. We're now, that's a big part of Gamecock defense. It's always been turning double plays. And with those two in the middle now, the play the other night by Scobie, that's a big league play. Right? Georgia State's about to get in this thing. I'm shocked that they don't bunt their 9-hole hitter. They got the leading hitter, one of the top guys in the country coming up, an Auburn transfer. They don't bunt. Kid strikes out in the 9-hole. So, okay. But this guy's already got 4 home runs. He smokes a ball that with most third basemen is going to be a base hit in the left. A run probably scores, or at least it's going to be bases loaded. Scobie picked that thing like Jonah Bride, throws the second, Carrion throws the first, inning over. I didn't think Georgia State really even challenged us from that point on. That's when we went on to score 5. It's all of a sudden 6-1 or whatever it was. And that was ball game. And that was the third inning. So our infield defense, I think, has really solidified what I've enjoyed, and I know coaches enjoyed. I don't think guys are really hustling to the wall to see if they're playing. They know who's playing. You know who, not the Evan Stone and Blake Jackson. Maybe that is still the, hey, where am I? But I'm looking at this. Nathan Hall, Ethan Petrie, Kennedy Jones, Scobie, now Bo Hollins. We talked about Mayshore's injury. Well, Mayshore's injury, Bo Hollins is going, hey, that was my opportunity. And he's kind of jumped in there and I thought really cleaned up our infield defense. I can't talk about infield defense without talking about Bo. That guy's picking balls like Mark Grace over at first base. And that's a lot of Ethan Petrie to go stand out in right field. And I think that's where, in my mind, if I'm a scout, Ethan Petrie can play first base in the big leagues, but I think he'll play most of his games in the big leagues as a right fielder. Just my opinion, but nobody asks it much. So I just feel like it's allowed Coach Maneri to really start putting his lineup on the field. So it's exciting. But these home games, you mentioned it, you only get 15 of these. Yeah. You got to find a way to win 8, hopefully 9 home games. And that's a big challenge with who we have between Oklahoma and Tennessee, LSU. You look at who's coming here. It's a big challenge. But, boy, if you could find a way to win 8 or 9, then those 15 on the road, you only win 5 or 6. And we're right back to where me and you were saying, you got the numbers to give yourself a chance to play in the postseason.
Yep, there's no question about that. I expect that this team will be in the postseason. I think it will start tonight. Ethan Petrie is the best player on this team. We know that he needs to perform in big games, during big opportunities to be able to help South Carolina get where they want to go. But give me a name or two of guys this weekend that it's like, okay, it's time to go. Let's turn on the Jets. I'll give you one briefly, if you don't mind.
No.
My guy's Kennedy Jones. I feel like he just hasn't had that collection, that stretch at all. It just hasn't been there. He's been close. It's like at some point in time, you can only shake the Coke bottle up so much. Like at some point in time, when you start to loosen the lid, the thing's going to pop off, right? I'm hoping that maybe Kennedy Jones has one of those moments here sooner than later.
I do too, and I know he's certainly capable of it, but this might be a weird name for you. Henry Kazmar is supposed to come here and lead off.
Yeah.
He's supposed to hit in the 2-hole. The guy led off for Ohio State last year. He's a guy to me that I'm hoping the challenge now of SEC pitching. He didn't leave Ohio State to play Sacred Heart. He didn't go, boy, I really want to go to South Carolina to play Winthrop and maybe Morehead State. He came here because he wanted to play SEC teams. So I'm really hoping that Henry, and I don't care if he keeps hitting in the 9-hole, but if Henry Kazmar can do things the way Jordan Carrion's getting on base and the way we're finally created now. I look at the bottom of our lineup the other night, Carrion, Kazmar, and even Thomas Leroy was hitting down there. That's how you score runs. You can't get RBIs if you're Nathan Hall or if you're Ethan Petrie with no one on base unless you just hit home runs. And it's hard to think you're just going to hit that many. So if your pick to click is going to be Jones, I'm going with Henry Kazmar. I think he's got to have I don't want to say breakout, but I hope the next time me and you talk, he was 400 on base percentage this weekend because defensively, he's really doing a good job again there.
Yeah, he had that 1 or 2 game stretch where he kind of boogered things up. Oh, yeah. Sorry, Coach, you're being invaded by a couple of aliens, but it's going to be all right. Yeah, no, he's a guy. I love the way Carrion's playing. I think he's been waiting his turn patiently, and excited to see him out there too. And obviously, they're gonna at the end of the day. This isn't a lineup that won through. This isn't Tennessee. It's just not, and they know that they're not. So they are going to have to scratch and claw and manufacture runs. And I'm always interested to see in how he writes this thing out and who performs where. It gives you a little bit of a clue as to what they're going to try to do to when they get guys on and get them over, what they're trying to do to actually score.
Yeah. And one big thing I want to make sure to get in, gates open at like 5:30 tonight. That's earlier than normal. So first 500 people, I know you guys are going to be in line. Get a Coach Maneri T-shirt. He's got his hat on, so I'm trying to find one of those T-shirts for sure. But there's a reason when this park was built that the opponent has to walk in from center field. That wasn't just by chance. You wanted them not to walk in and go, oh, God. I hope tonight with the weather, opening of SEC play, a free Paul Maneri T-shirt, 30 minutes more to drink some cold beer if that's what you like to do. Get out here and support it tonight. I want this to be an environment where Oklahoma goes, this ain't Big 12 baseball anymore. This is SEC baseball, and I really hope our fans are able to get out here tonight and create that environment because I'm telling you, I know personally how much it means, and I know how much it would mean to this team to see that as well.
I'm with you 100%. I'm tired of listening to fans bitch and moan about the environment and then never get up off their couch and go out there and actually enjoy it. If you want to see what college baseball in this league looks like, turn on the TV tonight. If you aren't at the game, watch Ole Miss, watch Mississippi State, watch LSU, and watch Tennessee. And Tennessee used to be a putrid place to have to go play. There wasn't anybody there. They didn't care about that crap. And obviously all of a sudden they're winning, and it's something to see. I mean, it's kind of a nightmare to go up there. But LSU, Mississippi State, Ole Miss, those fans don't sit around and wait on their teams to string together a few quality wins before they show up. They're always there. You coached at Ole Miss. They're always there.
And we've done it here. Believe me, there was nothing more fun than weekends here too. So I just encourage them tonight. Get out. Our event people realize we got to open the gates a little earlier. That's something Coach Maneri is wanting to get people in the ballpark earlier so you can start creating a buzz around their dugout and make them a little uncomfortable. First time they played in this league as a member. So it's a big weekend for us.
The last time they played in this ballpark, they went home losers in the Super Regional. Yeah. And I remember after that game, Sonny Galloway looked around and he said, this is what it's all about right here. You remember that? He was beyond impressed with Founders Park. And of course that was a team that had just won back-to-back national championships.
Yep.
And they were in line to maybe win a third. And we need that. Don't sit around does anybody just sit around and wait on the football team to win? No, they're always there. Of course. This is Carolina baseball, the most storied program in the school.
I told my wife,
go out and watch them, man.
Yeah, I told my wife Wednesday we were watching the game, and I was like, "Man, I wish we lived closer to Columbia." I was like, "Look at all those seats that we could be in a baseball game. Look at all that. We just be in the ballpark."
You know, I was Coach Lake. I know it caught Maneri off guard, but like the opening weekend, I was sitting there like 8 hours before the game or something, and he was like, "What are you doing here?" I said, "Man, number one, I could get in." So I wanted to get in, and I can sit here all day and watch BP and just watch people work on the field. And, you know, I'm out here watching them drag dirt and they're replacing some grass. This is awesome. I'll sit here all day.
Nothing gets him fired up like grounds crew.
Oh, I love the ground.
Oh, I've been watching Scurry. Yeah. Great lines. I mean, it's just.
Hey,
so
when our guy, the associate AD comes on for the grounds, it is you could just tell Jamie's excited.
You talking about Clark?
All of it.
Yeah,
Clark.
Yeah. Hey,
Jamie's just like all in.
Coach understands. Like, you know, you got these maniacs in California that they color on all these overpasses and they go out and destroy Teslas and they call that art. Ain't nothing near art when you're designing it and out there working on a baseball field. I was listening to y'all the other night talk about the baseball around the mound.
Yep.
That's art right there. That's art, you know.
Absolutely it is. I agree.
These guys are artists. Scurry, he's an artist. This guy, you don't want to buy his work. He's artist.
It is.
Anyway.
It's beautiful.
Jamie's sitting there in a smock 8 hours before first pitch. Who's the psychopath in the stadium wearing a smock? Oh, that's Jamie Bradford. He thinks all this.
Look here. Look where Coach Lake is right now. He's in the booth. It's good to be there, isn't it, Coach? You can sit there all day.
Yeah, I got old. I don't like driving, traffic. I got here like 9:30.
Hey, what do you do for lunch? Do you just DoorDash like D's Wings or something? What do you do?
You know, I don't know how to DoorDash. I'll end up driving to McDonald's or see if one of these managers will grab me something. But I'm actually about to give a tour to some alumni players.
Okay.
Then we got a 1:00 meeting back over to Rice. So I'm probably going to hit the subway that I've went to since 1996 and walk in and they just wrap it up and I don't even tell them what I want.
That the one at the corner of Assembly right near Whaley's Mill?
Yes.
Yeah.
I guess that's a famous subway, man.
Yeah.
I'm going to start calling it Stuart Subway.
Oh, I did. Between me and Jerry Myers, I used to tell him we should have ownership. We ate there at least 5 days a week out of a 7-day week. At least.
The stew.
Yeah.
Stew.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, you get a sandwich
Subway right there.
Stew Way. Stew's Way. Can I get it Stew's Way? Thanks,
man. I should have my own over there.
Well, Coach, go get him, man. Fired up for 6:45 tonight. Yeah. It's time to play ball in the SEC. Thanks for all that you do, and give Derek a hug and a hand pound for us. We're looking forward to hearing. No offense to Kate. Kate does a great job.
He does.
And he does a great job. He should be proud of himself.
But no, enjoy Derek this weekend. I may lose him on Tuesday to NIT, so we'll see.
Yeah, we'll get him. Make sure he understands things again. You know, teach him the bases and where things are. Show him the bathrooms and all that stuff, so he knows where to go.
I will.
Thanks, Coach.
Yep. Thank y'all.
See ya. There you go. The great Stuart Lake. Thanks to the king of late night for joining me earlier. JC, I just got your text. I just haven't had a chance to respond to it. Okay. So I'll let you take that from here. I'm going to go. I got to get these kids in the truck and get them to Gatlinburg. So I got to go to get back in time.
Invite everybody. And I'll tell you too, maybe you can do it after lunch. Ernie.com. Enter the Inside the Gamecocks BigSpur.com bracket challenge. It's a neat thing. It works like a normal bracket challenge. It's totally free. Go there, Ernie.com, sign up, select South Carolina as your favorite school, fill out your bracket. That's it. First prize nationally, if you get the best bracket. I think Krager could probably win this whole thing, really. $5,000. It's also a team competition. So South Carolina will be competing against Auburn and everybody else. And if they win, they throw a party, and you get the Ernie Cup.
Ooh,
so that's a good excuse to have a gathering, right? The Ernie Cup celebration. And then here on our end, the best South Carolina bracket will get $100 cash, $50 gift card, and a free membership to the Big Spur for 1 year. If you're already a member, I'll just comp you and you won't renew. So it's about a $250 value if you have the best bracket amongst the Gamecocks, but totally free. Be sure to select South Carolina. Be sure to have your pop-up blocker off when you register, because that if you're on Firefox, because that as a browser, which I shouldn't be, but I am. But that set me back today. That may be a problem if you get an error. But Ernie.com, like Bert and Ernie.
Okay.
Proud bracket partners of Chief Sports and the Big Spur this time around. And,
Fantastic.
And then that other part of the text, just text me that because
you got it.
That'd be fun.
I'm not going to put that out publicly.
No, but yeah, just because I'm excited about that part of it.
That's a good part.
It's always nice.
It's always a good part.
It's always a good part. Anyway,
right.
so we'll have some fun with it, and we'll update that. The people in first place and stuff. But that Ernie Cup is 20. It looks like the Stanley Cup's 25 pounds.
Well, I hope one of all of you wins it. We'll certainly be toying around in that here in a little bit. Thanks to Matt and Stu. This is a very underrated sports weekend. The opening weekend of SEC play in college baseball. Softball is rolling right, especially if you're in our neck of the woods. You got the SEC tournament going on. You got the Players Championship in golf. So it's fun stuff. A lot of good stuff to take a peek at. So get out to the ballparks.
It's 78 degrees and sunny in here.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Yeah. There's a violent storm that's about to blow in tomorrow, but there's a fire warning. But so I don't know what that means. But yeah, I'm gonna enjoy it today. Gonna pick up the wife early from work after we get off and go have some fun today.
Enjoy.
So
that
means I'll be texting you guys later.
Well, we'll be here. We'll be in the hot tub right here. That's right. Yeah, right there.
All right.
That's where I'll be, right there with the TV, watching the ball game and having Stu in my ear. Thanks,
right,
guys.
fellas.
Go get them. We'll see you on Monday.
Take care.
I should not have screamed in terror that fine day. Saw that purple wig and did not know what to say. It left me sort of startled and confused. Red lips and white makeup and those big old red shoes. But my daddy tore a knot in me for being so damn rude. He said, son, don't you know that clowns are people too? Clowns are people too. Big red shoes. Clowns are people too. Don't be rude. If you weren't a bit lucky, then this could easily be you. I met your mom when she was up on that old trapeze. What can I say but hey, I had a thing for circus freaks. I started watching Bozo and warmed to the movie It. Killer Clowns from Outer Space to me was a big hit. Some people like McDonald's because of Mayor McCheese, but Ronald is my homeboy now, and Krusty and Pinky. Clowns are people too. Big red shoes. Clowns are people too. Don't be rude. If you weren't a bit lucky, then this could easily be you. I met your mom when she was up on that old trapeze. What can I say but hey, I had a thing for circus freaks. Clowns are people too. Clowns are people too. Now I own some tiny horns and got me those red shoes. I don't know much, but know one thing that's true. If you don't know anything, just know that clowns are people too.
Welcome to Inside the Gamecocks, the show, part of the Chief Sports Network.
Mad Dog's upstate raised and reared up near the tater patch. He flirted with that upstate teen, now bleeds garnet and black. It's been almost 2 decades since JC started Big Spur. He may live outside of Chicago, but he's all Spartanburg. It's the show, the Gamecock Show. I Phil and JC, it's the show. It's fun and entertainment, but also information. Things you cannot get on radio. It's the show. Gather around, all you Gamecocks, it's the show. The show. Let's go. JC and Mad Dog Mully on the Gamecock Show.
Welcome in, everybody. It is Inside the Gamecocks, the show. Mad Dog Mullinax here, JC Sherbert over there. And since, of course, we kick off SEC baseball season, we bring in somebody who knows a little bit more, well, okay, a lot more than we do about the baseball team. And everybody's favorite, John Whittle from the Big Spur. John, good to see you, man.
Yeah, good to see you as well. And don't sell yourself short. Y'all do a good job covering baseball as well.
Listen, you know, I put it like this: like, I know just enough to know that I don't know much.
I'm gonna still brag that I discovered Ethan Petrie. John knows.
Why is this guy not
first series is freshman? Hey, I like that Ethan Petrie guy. He swings, looks like he can swing a nice swing. like I'm talking about golf.
Yes. Yeah, that's what counts as discovering his talent. Yes.
Well, I think I also said the previous year that this kid that was a freshman that transferred to Kentucky eventually, we never kind of heard from him again, was going to be special or something. So I don't listen to what I have to say about that. And I think my biggest take all year with this team has been Brandon Stone looks like comedian Shane Gillis. So that's
That's
about it.
That's not a bad take.
It's great that SEC tournament or SEC championship or good God, JC. It's been a busy morning in a lot of ways. SEC play is starting this weekend in baseball, but I want to talk to you about what's really important, John, and that's the NIT.
Oh, okay.
Right. Yeah.
How
we actually have two sports to talk about with you today.
How are you looking for? I mean, this would be the first NIT in about 9 years. Are you looking?
Yeah, assuming South Carolina accepts that invitation, and I think they probably will. But at the same time, I had somebody tell me a couple of days ago that I think we'll take it, but I don't know for sure. So we'll see how that ultimately plays out. I would imagine the SEC would do everything it can to force South Carolina's hand to go play in that tournament as well. But yeah, I guess Alex will be out there covering something somewhere.
Yeah. Well, they get a home game as part of this agreement. Boy, this year has been a study in the difference between valuing schedule strength in basketball and football. Right? Postseason of football didn't count it at all. In basketball, a 12 and 20 team can go to the NIT based on toughness of league. So, I think 14 teams. I can't remember if I've ever seen in my life a league put 14 teams in, much less a league with only 16 teams playing. That's crazy. So,
right, when you look at the percentage of the teams, I mean that's what makes it just so mind-boggling. And South Carolina is the worst team in the league, and in terms of win-loss record, and they've been pretty damn competitive for most of the games, this year. So, it just speaks to the crazy depth of the league and how talented it is, and if Colin Murray Boyles goes out there and plays well, and Jamari Thomas plays well, and they could win the daggum NIT.
I know. Yeah, the level of competition is nowhere near the past 18 games they've run through, right? So, yeah.
I'm gonna make you guys a promise, because the NIT finals are in Indianapolis, and that's about 3 hours from the crib here. I will promise you, if they play for the title, I'm going. It's probably gonna be about 100 people there. And you'll see my big head and I wear some kind of Gamecock visor or something, you will probably see me on TV. If they
I've
bring
been
the
to 2 Gamecock NIT tournament finals. The one against Memphis and the one against Michigan.
but that's New York City, dude. I mean, people be fighting over.
I know it's a
tickets.
long ass way to go for an NIT basketball game.
I usually fly when I go into New York, but yeah, I get it. I'd imagine that drive's pretty crazy, but yeah, I'll scoop up the misses and go if that happens. I'm gonna guarantee you, everybody. I'm just gonna commit right now to it. I'm going. If they make the NIT finals, I'm going. So if they win it, they would finish 17-20. That's like halfway through that's like a record at the All-Star break for the NBA or something. That's weird. Anyway, enough about that. I just wanted to get your talk. Look, man, to me, people are like, take it, don't take it. I think it's about the players. If the players as a team voted not to play, then I think you decline it. But if they want to play. I mean, they've played hard. You were in Nashville for a minute, John, for the tournament. It looked to me, just looking at the pictures and Colin Murray Bulls, like, Carolina really did fight really hard in that game and really left it all out there. I honestly, the show was going on when it started. Mike does drive around the SEC. Carolina's down by 5. He finishes, Carolina's down by 17. So I thought, well, it's over, happy trails, whatever. But then they came back and it looked like they fought and looked like, there was no quitting that team. Is that kind of what you saw?
Excuse me. Yeah. I mean, they had a bad run at the end of the first half that, saw that deficit go from right around 5 or 6 points down to 17 at halftime, I think it was, and went up to 20 at the start of the second half, near the start of the second half, and but things changed defensively in a big way in the second half, and that's where you oftentimes see teams like not give their effort is on the defensive end. They'll play hard on the offensive end, but if they've given up, they'll quit on the defensive end because that's hard. But they fought. And it was just over 17 minutes when Arkansas went up 20 points, and they made 2 field goals between that 17. I think it was like 17:06, something like that. They made 2 field goals in between that time and the 2:37 mark.
Yeah,
I mean. And that one of the 2:37 mark was obviously a backbreaker for Carolina. It came on an offensive rebound after South Carolina had cut the deficit to 1. Gave up a kind of a soft offensive rebound too, to be honest with you. And they made a 3-pointer, off of that offensive rebound. And that was the last opportunity. South Carolina had 3 possessions before that to take the lead. Down 1, had 3 possessions to take the lead and couldn't do it. And, got that offensive rebound, made the 3, put it back up to 4 points. And South Carolina never had the ball again with another opportunity to take the lead. So, that's just kind of the way things were in January for South Carolina. Flashback to the days of fighting really hard and losing by a bucket. And, it wasn't necessarily that way towards the end of the season. You either got beat a little bit or won. But, it was kind of a fitting way for what we thought at the time was the season to come to a close, but, maybe not.
Yeah, I don't know. We were talking to Stuart Lake at the end of the morning show, and he was saying now Derek was telling him, he was like, well, I mean, when we wrapped that game in Nashville, I wrapped the season. It was over. Too. And well, not so fast.
Not so fast, my friend.
Not so fast.
Yeah, there's lots of I started kind of looking around and seeing LSU will make the NIT as well. SMU, Stanford out of the ACC. There's a bunch of ACC teams. The ACC gets 2 automatic bids too for some reason. They agreed to this after in the off season, but hey, look, they hang a banner up in Colonial Life Arena when you make the NCAA or NIT. Hang a banner. Who cares? Nobody. When you look back on it years from now, you can say it's better to say, "Hey, postseason 2 out of 3 years than postseason 1 out of 3 years." I don't think a 20-loss team has any business being in a tournament, but the rules are the rules. The agreement's the agreement, right? Fine. All right, let's go on to more important things. Not that I'm not fired up about Selection Sunday, and not that I'm not in my mind sitting there thinking the selection committee is going to screw like Arkansas or Texas or somebody and thus screw the Gamecocks. Not that I'm not thinking that.
What's interesting though is I'm going to be upset, right? Because if it's one of those two teams, right, that's going to be left out, and you're going to immediately, at least I will in my head, the first reaction will be, damn, it's our own fault. We're the team that beat them.
If Carolina
we handed them that loss that left them out,
beaten those guys.
I know.
Had not beaten those two, then Carolina would have been in the NIT.
Right. I know.
And then I think back to all those years that Frank Martin was here that he had winning teams.
Yes.
That did not go to the NIT because it was the mid-major invitational.
Mm-hmm.
Then, you had all those auto bids and wow. Anyway, so Paul Maneri, I know you've talked it's good to get you on the show because you're on Mondays and that's before the pitching lineup or the pitching rotation was announced. And so a change has been made. Brandon Stone gets Friday, McCoy Saturday, and then SQ on Sunday. I read the comments of Coach Maneri that talk kind of about the importance of a Saturday starter and how McCoy has Friday stuff, but he's going to go Saturday. And he talked about SQ, a guy that can give you 6 innings on a Sunday, which I thought all these things were smart. What say you about the rotation now as Carolina heads into an absolute brutal stretch of 11 games?
Yeah, it's smart now. I remember Mark Kingston made some similar comments last year when talking about pitching Eli Jones on Saturday, and he was the dumbest head coach alive. So, it's I guess it depends on who those comments come from. But yeah, it's I understand where he's coming from with saying that about Jake. At the end of the day, like, and I've said this a couple of times, like South Carolina's pitching options are all pretty different. And I don't know that it necessarily makes a difference what order you put these guys in. From a stuff standpoint, I think Jake McCoy's stuff is a little bit better. And has probably the most complete Friday type of repertoire. But you got to pitch them on days that they're comfortable too. Like Matthew Becker pitched great when he was pitching on Saturdays. Pitched great the first 2 Saturdays of the season, bumped him up to Friday, and all of a sudden he wasn't doing it. So, I think there's something to be said for putting guys in a comfortable spot. We talked to Ethan Petrie yesterday, and I thought this was kind of interesting that he said this talking about Brandon Stone. He said, and I'm reading his quote right here. I said, I call him an adrenaline junkie because his stuff plays a lot better during the games facing another opponent than facing us, talking about inter-squad scrimmages. He gets set on the mound against another team. All you can describe him as is a competitor. I think he's going to be great on a Friday night for us. And sometimes you just need guys who are like that. And, maybe Brandon Stone is that guy for the Gamecocks. And, there have been guys like that for South Carolina. Like Blake Cooper is one who automatically comes to mind, is just a guy who's going to go out there and compete his tail off for you. And, maybe that's Brandon Stone and Jake McCoy on Saturday being good with his plus stuff and strikeout ability and, power arm from the left side. And then SQ, I asked Maneri about SQ yesterday just because of, he's had problems with command so far this year. He's walked 4 guys each of his last 3 starts. He's hit 7 guys in total. That's 19 free bases in 16 innings. That's a lot. But But Maneri said, he goes out there and figures out a way to put up zeros on the scoreboard. And, at the end of the day, that's what matters. So, and he said, I like him on Sunday because you know what, if he goes out there and gives you a great start, that's awesome. And if not, then you've got your whole rest of the bullpen to work with. You know what you got to work with in a bullpen on Sunday. And, so I like him there. So, I think South Carolina's got the rotation set up about as best as it could.
Are these dudes from Oklahoma twins, the Witherspoons?
They are. And one's incredible and one's a step shy of incredible.
They
get
both
incredible tonight, though, right? Yeah.
Yeah, definitely be incredible the next 2 days.
Yeah.
We'll call them the Incredible Twins.
Yeah.
Well, I like the Wonder Twins. Could they touch hands and form animals and elements?
Well, I don't know about that, but the guy throwing tonight, I mean, he's got 40 strikeouts this year and 5 walks.
It's a sick line, yeah.
Yeah, so it's I mean, that is pretty incredible. Mid-90s fastball, wipeout slider. It's some of the best stuff that South Carolina will see this year. And I had somebody tell me who's taking a close look at Oklahoma that it's one of the best pitching staffs in the SEC and potentially the best pitching staff that South Carolina will face this year. I think those are big words, especially at this point in the season. So I'm not necessarily buying into that just yet. We gotta see how different guys adjust to SEC play. But it's a very talented staff. If South Carolina doesn't look good offensively this weekend, they're not going to be the only team that looks bad offensively against Oklahoma.
How comfortable are you with the lineup right now? I can't really get a beat on it, man. But how comfortable are you right now at this point?
I mean, I wouldn't say I'm comfortable about anything with regards to this team, except for maybe where it stands right now from an overall defensive standpoint. You got to love Nathan Hall and what he's done. Not just from a playing well standpoint, but embracing that leadoff role like he has. Like, he's set the table in terms of getting on base. He hasn't been striking out, which has been a problem for him in the past. But he's also hitting doubles, and he's left the park a couple of times. Like, he's driven in runs. I think he's second on the team in RBIs. So, not only is he like setting the table for Ethan Petrie and the guys behind him and giving them opportunities, like when he has opportunities, he's coming through as well. So, like, I feel great about him. You feel great about like what Ethan Petrie's doing. He's been awesome, so far this year. And, I think you like Bo Hollins and KJ Scobie with what they're doing as a freshman, but I mean, they're about to get introduced into into what real big boy college baseball looks like. I remember, and this is one of the more obvious examples, but Michael Braswell, his freshman season, like he was like National Player of the Week one week maybe, and just flying high. And then opening weekend against Tennessee, like I think he put one ball in play the whole weekend. So I mean, it's just different for those guys, when you come in, and obviously that was before we knew how good Tennessee was, and then obviously Tennessee became what Tennessee has been for the last few years. But KJ Scobie, Bo Hollins, those guys may have some struggles early, and those guys have been two of the better hitters in the lineup here lately, and it's just. I don't know. I don't know that there's real comfort in the pitching staff right now, because some of those guys at the end of the game haven't been great either. And, Eskew's walking too many, and this is going to be the first time you see Stone in a starting role. And, McCoy kind of fell apart, last weekend, even though he's been great all year. I feel really good about Jake in general, but like, I don't know that there's one aspect of this team where you can look at and say, I feel great about this with where we are right now going forward.
The Morehead State series to me was a mind, on the heels of Clemson, because, and that's a hellacious little team. I thought, I think they do. I don't know what they'll do in the Ohio Valley Conference, but they look to me like they had some players, and they're kind of weird. It's kind of, I saw one of their games this year was 22-21, Morehead State.
Yeah.
But it threw me for a loop because I was like 11-7, 16-11. They got to Carolina's pitching. Maybe this is like one of those mid-major teams just really good at hitting the ball. I mean, those are there. And it wasn't McCoy's day or Becker's day or whatever. But then the 1-0 game on Sunday just made me scratch my head. I was like, how did this go? And really, I think most people just look at you and go, that's baseball. And maybe that is. But that's what's got me through a loop is like, so one day, you're winning 16. The next day, I mean, thank God they won 1-0. But I didn't expect that.
Yeah, I didn't either. And, that 1-0 game was crazy to watch, just in terms of what you saw, 24 hours before, right? Like, and Morehead State does have some good things going offensively. They also have a very oddly shaped ballpark. I don't know if y'all paid attention to that.
Yeah, we've talked about it. With the housing development, the houses
right
there,
up against the residential area and a big straight line from like right to left center.
So I think that probably plays a part in it. They've also got Amani Lee Disciple there as their hitting coach. Guy named Tyler Jackson. He played down at College of Charleston and coached there for a little while, then coached at North Greenville with Landon Powell, who's very good offensive program up there. Then went to Liberty for a while and now is at Morehead State. So he's done a great job. They hit the ball really well there. So I don't know. I think that's, as you said, just one of those, that's baseball kind of things, but it was certainly an odd series to watch. And two, like you look at South Carolina that day on Saturday, I can't remember the exact numbers offhand. I think it was about 11 runs in the first 3 innings, maybe. And then they like mass substituted and put a whole bunch of different guys out there. And, all of a sudden, Morehead's chipping away and they scored 10 unanswered runs. I mean, it just,
I left that. Yeah, it was a surprise leaving that game. I was like, they got it in hand. And then next thing you know, I see something pop up on the Twitter and I'm like, oh, hell, I got to go back and start watching this again because it's a 1-run game.
I did the same thing. And then now look, I joke around about not knowing a lot about baseball. I know you can't put guys back in the game after you've taken them out, right?
Yeah.
Softball, you can.
It's not softball. That's right. Yeah.
But I did start thinking, did they change that rule in college? Is there any way Maneri can get his starters back in for a brief moment? I was like, oh no, just don't tell anybody how stupid you are, JC.
Just change shirts.
And that was once I intellectually realized that I got worried because I was like, well, you can't, how are you going to get out of this? You can't, you got your reserves in, and that was just so weird about it. So you almost got beat Friday, had to rally to win. Then you blow a 12-1 lead, and so you kind of go into Sunday going, well, I hope the pitching's good, and it's a 1-0 game, and you're like, All right, John. Well, how important? We'll leave with this. How massive would it be for the Gamecocks to take 2 or 3 this weekend?
I mean, it's imperative to take 2 or 3 this weekend. I mean, you look at what they have coming up, and I mean, the first half of SEC play is a beast. And that, I mean, every SEC series is tough, whatever. Yet we always say stuff like that. Missouri's terrible. They lose to Binghamton every night, or it seems like. But apart from Missouri, like the SEC is incredible. But you look at the best teams in the league, and those are who South Carolina plays each of the next 4 weeks, and I mean it just part of it. So
who's after Tennessee?
What on South Carolina's schedule?
Yeah, because it's Oklahoma, Arkansas, Tennessee.
Yeah, it's Oklahoma at Arkansas, then home versus Tennessee, then at Mississippi State, and then at Texas A&M.
Oh, I didn't. Oh my God.
Yeah, 2 away series.
And then the midweeks are no spring picnic. I mean, because you got Charleston coming in at Segra Park, and then North Carolina and Charlotte.
Right. So I mean, I know Texas A&M is really struggled out of the gate this year. They've lost, I don't know, half a dozen of these non-conference games. But everybody views them as the most talented team in the country. Now they did have, I can't remember how to say his name, Gravacek, however you say his name, lost for the year, and that's a big deal for them. But they're one of the most talented teams in the country. Who knows what they'll look like here in a month's time when see if they've got some things figured out. But man, this thing for South Carolina, these first 5 weeks are ridiculously strong. The back half of the schedule is still challenging, but not quite like the front half. So winning 2 out of 3 is, crazy important this weekend. Crazy important.
Yeah. All right. Oklahoma Sooners first pitch, 7:00 at Ray Tanner Field at Founders Park. John, we love these conversations on Friday here on the show.
Well, I'll have to be sure to tune into the show a little bit earlier so I can hear the whole clown song and not just the first or the second half of it.
Pop in a little early and join the crosstalk.
A little early. Yeah, I sent you the MP3 too a couple of weeks ago. Check your.
Oh, I'll have to go back and maybe that'll be my new ringtone.
It's your kind of tune, dude. I thought Whittle would appreciate this song for a number of reasons, right? Okay, right. Man. Be good, dude.
Yep. Appreciate you guys. Always good chatting.
Thanks, John.
All right, don't forget to go to Ernie.com and register for our bracket challenge. Talked about it on the crossover. Ernie.com is our bracket partner it's all the Gamecocks bracket challenge, right? It's free. Go to Ernie.com, sign up, register, and then choose South Carolina as your favorite team. There's 3 competitions going on. There's an individual national competition. You have the best bracket, you win $5,000. There's a South Carolina individual competition. If you have the best South Carolina bracket, free year on thebigspur.com. If you're already a member, that's okay. You just won't be charged for a year. That's $100, right? You get $100 cash or Venmo. Or I'll send you a check. Not going to send cash in the mail. Anyway, $100 cash plus a $50 gift card to a business that we think you'll all like and appreciate, but we haven't exactly nailed which business down yet. And that's all you got to do. It's all free. Do it. And if there's also a team competition, South Carolina's competing against Auburn and Clemson and all these other schools. If the Gamecocks finish on top, they get the Ernie Cup. And if you get the Ernie Cup, we could have a party to celebrate the Ernie Cup. Kreger, Bobby, Lance, lattes this summer. Wouldn't that be fun to have an Ernie Cup celebration in Columbia this summer?
Yeah.
Just while we're all sitting around doing nothing but talking about football.
Down in 5 Points would be fun.
So, celebrate the Ernie Cup, but you can't do it if we don't have the most sign up and the most good brackets and all that good stuff. So go to Ernie.com, sign up for the bracket challenge, and be sure to fill out those brackets, folks. Again, it's free, and you have to turn off if you're on the laptop or desktop, turn off your ad blocker because I had to do that if you're on Firefox, which sucks, but I need to change that. But I haven't changed all my saved passwords, and I don't remember them all. So I'm like, I need this guy.
Oh, that's the worst thing. Oh, my goodness.
Oh, man. Yeah, my stepson was like, why are you using Firefox? It's ass. I was like, oh, it is.
That's right.
All right. So
it knows my passwords.
Bobby's like, I want an airplane ticket to Chicago and a tab at Tavern. Yeah, I want
Southwest. Some. That might be
no, because their bags don't fire.
No, that's right. Yeah, you won't be.
I'm done with you guys. Done with you guys.
That's right.
All right, we'll be back after this to talk on some other subjects. Thanks to John Whittle for joining us here on the show. We'll be back after these messages.
Charleston Fitness Equipment is keeping South Carolina in shape. Clients have come from all over the Palmetto State to find that one piece of equipment that they enjoy that keeps them looking and feeling good. Whether it's a home rower, treadmill, elliptical, free weights, a home gym, or something else, Charleston Fitness Equipment keeps the mirror smiling back at you. Get in shape like the Gamecocks do. Visit charlestonfitnessequipment.com. Gamecock owned and operated and proud partners of Inside the Gamecocks, the show.
Nana's Porch presents a Southern staple delivered right to your doorstep. Nana's Porch locally crafted pimento cheese has been a hit for years at weddings, tailgates, and other events. Now you can order online and have it sent to your home. Visit nanasporch.com. That's nanasporch.com and click the pimento cheese tab to choose between their original pimento cheese and their jalapeno smoked pimento cheese set. nanasporch.com. Man, that's good.
Fans, Club Chief has arrived. Become a Big Chief Club member or a Big Chief Club Golden Gear member for exclusive access to our Nana's Porch chat box on Inside the Gamecocks The Show. Plus, you'll get access to our VIP tailgates, prize drawings, merch, and much more. A portion of your monthly membership goes to the Garnet Trust, supporting NIL at the University of South Carolina. Pull up your Chief Sports app and join on the home page. Thank you so much for being a member of Club Chief, and we look forward to meeting many of you very soon.
Ladies and gentlemen, here it is.
You don't have to be Scottish to enjoy South Carolina's most unique family festival, a celebration of Celtic culture. Tartan Day South, built by Culpeper Wood. Experience adventure, Highland games, music, dancing, animals, crafts, rides, a car show, and a parade. Kick off your weekend with a Celtic concert on Friday and a full day of affordable fun and festivities on Saturday at the historic Columbia Speedway. April 3rd through 5th. Get your tickets and more information at tartandaysouth.com. Your first visit won't be your last.
Welcome back, everybody, inside the Gamecocks The Show here on a Friday, rolling right along. Don't forget, we've been talking some baseball and, of course, the potential basketball being invited to the NIT. But softball, geez, softball, Southball, welcoming in Georgia. That's why I did. Cause I'm about to say Georgia, so I act like I can't speak now. Yeah, that's right. Beckham Field. We got the ladies back in action again in conference with Georgia coming to town. Go out and support the softball team and help keep them traveling not on buses by joining the Diamond Club out there. Been a lot of support for that. Good to see. We all want to see everybody that wears a Gamecock on the front of their jersey do well and represent the state well. And Ashley Chastain in her first season has this team really playing up to their potential with more room to grow. So get out there and have a good time out at Beckham Field tonight if you can't make it out to Founders Park. But I love the whole get out to the Founders Park thing tonight, and let's show Oklahoma how we do things around here in the SEC. Around here.
Softball's, I do want to point out softball's lost 4 in a row.
Yeah.
I'm just kidding. I know. I know. Coastal.
I hated it too because I was talking with JB before the show yesterday, and I'm like, "Oh man, now you know,
Coach had on
in here coming off a 4-game losing streak,
dude. And then the Oklahoma games would make you want to scrape your nails down a chalkboard because all of them were close
and had a chance there at the end in the last one too. Same thing. That's the one thing about this team is they never play themselves out of a game. Like they are in every one, even in these last 4 losses. But Georgia's not Oklahoma, so I'm sure they'll have better favor this weekend.
They're only 13th in the country, so
yeah, right, yeah.
I mean, like what else? Like, oh, this is critical to beat Oklahoma. They're number 12 in the country, and they have maybe the best pitching staff in the SEC.
I know.
I mean,
well, no, go ahead. Yeah.
Well, right now the baseball team's 15-3, Phil. But they're really 0-3 if you think about it.
I know. Mm-hmm.
And so, yeah, I think if they can take the series, it'll make a lot of people feel better.
Yeah.
After the Clemson series. And unlike the Clemson series last year, where Carolina lost 2 one-run games and the third one was canceled, these games were not. I mean, like Whittle said, that a lot of times they look competitive after, some outside of some good pitching performances individually. So, and if you're bringing an elite pitching staff in here, the worry is you're not going to score enough runs, and really, it's going to be strikeout flailing city. They get mowed down like Braveheart when they send the heavy horse.
They send
well, sort of like when what they thought was going to happen before the Scottish had the
before they rigged the battlefield.
Sticks.
Yeah,
yeah, they rigged the battlefield. So Gamecocks have to real rig the battlefield. I don't know, man. I just I'm looking forward to it, but I can't tell you it's going to be a successful baseball weekend. Could be a successful basketball weekend if they make the NIT.
I know. You take it. What are your thoughts? I'm all for it, but I'm like, yeah, you accept the invite and you roll. I mean, that's how I feel on that. Just, of course, I'm a pretty competitive kind of guy when it comes to stuff like that. So if there's an opportunity to play, let's play.
Yeah, I'm with you too, and it's a good way to find out too, like, because I think, Phil, there's a debate to be had about just how bad this basketball team was, or just how good this basketball team was.
Yeah.
Because when you start conference play these days, in conference, I mean, very few teams play non-conference games after January. There are a handful that take place. And so you're kind of in a bubble. You're kind of playing the teams in your league, which is what it's all about, frankly. But do you know how you maybe would stack up in another league where you play some teams that maybe aren't really, really good? And when you're in a league with 14 teams out of the 16 going to the NCAA tournament, that means your record against teams in the league not going to the NCAA tournament was basically 0-1, and you didn't play a single game against a team not going to the NCAA tournament at home after January.
Right.
After January 1st.
Yeah.
Not a single one.
You didn't play a single quad 1 or very high quad 2 game since January. That's all you went through.
Yeah.
And Carolina enjoys a perfect record against the vaunted ACC, who could be littering this NIT tournament.
Yeah, man. Lots of ACC.
You like your chances there.
It's weird to say that about basketball. I'll tell you that right now. I have some thoughts on something the genius Stanford coach said the other day. But yeah, on the topic of the NIT, I think that and the NIT was actually topic 3. But since we have a short segment,
yeah, why not?
We'll finish it out with a little hoops. I got a little bit of football topic thing I want to throw around, but I'm you asked me how I feel about it. I'm like, okay, with it. I actually, now that I've wrapped my mind around them possibly playing the NIT, like I said, I'd be disappointed because, it's a little much to be upset if the league doesn't get 14 out of the 16 teams in, I think.
Yeah.
And I think things, like you mentioned, I didn't think about the fact that if there's a team that's left out, it'll probably be Texas or Arkansas. And
Carolina will be standing in
Carolina
its own way.
will have the screw job. They will have screwed themselves out of an NIT bid. Oh, man. Just with this basketball
this morning, I'm like, oh man,
this basketball program couldn't have any kind of more weird bad things happen.
Right.
At that point, you're like, it's just the odds are just aligned. The best they've ever been on a big stage since McGuire, and I'm talking a big stage, not the regular season.
Yeah.
The NCAA tournament was Frank Martin's Final Four team, which is an amazing run. And they play Gonzaga out there, really good Gonzaga team. And the whole team has the flu.
I know.
I mean, amazingly enough, Carolina goes on a 16-0 run. Nothing. Gonzaga's one of the highest scoring teams in the country. Nothing. Had they just nothing but guts and sweat and virus and vomit and pee and whatever else was out there. Just will. That was that run, Phil. Our buddy Skipper went out with me, and that run was an amazing. I mean, and then I'll say it again. It's 67-65. Carolina had taken the lead. They hit all their foul shots during that run. Raheem Felder was really good. I mean, it was just that team in a nutshell playing its best ball. After getting behind 14, it looked like Gonzaga was going to shoot them out of the gym. I was like, this is a dud. Flew all the way out here. And I forget the kid's name, but Gonzaga's big guy rotates the top of the key, 7 feet tall. Looks like a Gumby out there shooting. Fires up a three. Phil, it hit the back of the iron, and it so much looked like it was going off that all the Carolina fans jumped up about a foot in the air because they thought it was going off, and it rotated and dropped back there. 68-67. At that point, they broke the momentum. Carolina was out of gas. It ended up being 72-67. It was late. And then you had at the end, down 3, Thornwell took the shot, or they fouled him. Anyway, the game ended and Carolina lost. I watched North Carolina play Oregon and then Gonzaga that weekend. I'm convinced South Carolina playing well would have won the whole thing. They would have beaten that North Carolina team because North Carolina really didn't play. That was not Roy Williams' best team ever. That was a bunch of guys that just kind of got hot during the tournament. And if you're at a great program, that happens sometimes in college basketball. It'll happen to the women at some point. You'll be like, this isn't Dawn's best team, but they won it all anyway. Because the bracket just kind of falls your way. So beat Oregon, it ended up being a 1-point game. Oregon almost beat them. And then the Gonzaga, and we've seen this from Gonzaga since, they choked. Like the Gonzaga team that played Carolina and played through the rest of the bracket was not the team that showed up Monday night. Same thing happened to these Gonzaga against Baylor. In the championship game when they got blown away by Baylor a couple of years ago. And North Carolina didn't really even look that good and beat them by about 10, I think, had the game under control. That North Carolina team did not like to be guarded, and they would have run into hell against the Gamecocks.
Against that Frank Martin team. God.
And I say all that to say this, and this is why I don't mind taking the NIT bid this year at all. This basketball program, I believe there's been a few opportunities through the years to kind of reconcile with the past, with the McGuire era, and it just hasn't worked out. The first time I thought, there's 3 times that come to mind. The first time was when they hired Bobby Crimmins, and Bobby Crimmins went back to Georgia Tech, which was a bad moment for me when I was a kid. I remember the news front page of the Spartanburg Herald Journal had a cartoon of Bobby Crimmins in Columbia waving a Gamecock flag. At that point, Phil, what year was that? It was 93? Not 1993.
Early 90s.
You're only 13 years since McGuire had retired. McGuire was still alive. You're only like 20 years away from being a powerhouse. You're going into the SEC, which a lot of the issue with Carolina was in the Metro with George Felton in that era was, they're not in a big enough conference, and they weren't. They weren't in one of the power conferences. You had Louisville, Memphis, and some others, and that was about it in the old Metro. And so, hey, here's a chance to really do. And at the time, outside of Kentucky, nobody was really talking up SEC basketball. I mean, the conference was woefully uninteresting at the time. And here's a former ACC school that cares coming in, and you think, oh, and Eddie Fogler kind of started that. But that was bad because Bobby Crimmins, blah, 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 the favorite son. The second time is when they hired Dave Odom over Bobby Crimmins. That job search was interesting because Mike McGee, the athletic director, almost there was about a 24-hour period where Tubby Smith was leaving Kentucky to come to South Carolina. Tubby Smith was an assistant at South Carolina under George Felton, so there were some ties there. McGee went after him. I think it was pretty well documented. Tubby wasn't too happy at Kentucky, even though he won a national championship. He eventually left Kentucky to take the Minnesota job. And that would have been a fantastic hire, right? Because unlike Spurrier or Holtz, or you convinced Tubby to leave a big job. The other guy that went down the rabbit hole a little bit on the South Carolina job because he has a beach house was Jim Calhoun from Connecticut.
Oh,
national championship winning coach.
Right. Yeah.
And that didn't really leak out. There was no internet. That didn't leak out until it got in the newspaper after he'd already turned it down. So that was it. They taught Greg Marshall had just started kind of winning at Winthrop. He was mentioned. Mark Few from Gonzaga. That was when Gonzaga burst on the scene. So this was like when was Dave hired? 01. This was 01.
Mm-hmm.
And Bobby Crimmins. And he had left Tech. You could have hired him. And it came down to McGee talked to Crimmins. It came down to Crimmins and Odom. Kind of identical careers because Odom had won big at Wake Forest and had Tim Duncan and Rodney Rogers, all those guys, and took them to the Elite Eight a couple of times, and then had surprise, surprise, some NIT years. David the NIT. And finally, they went back his last year. They made the big dance again. And I remember watching them play Butler. And that was before Butler was Butler, right? But Butler, it was the first half, and they were so bad.
It was bad.
41-9 at half.
Yeah.
Butler won 92-60. And so Dave Odom on one hand, and then you got Bobby Crimmins on another. And I was like, well, they've kind of been the same guy at Tech and Wake the last few years. But Bobby Crimmins would heal a lot of old wounds, reconcile with the past, because you kind of just forgive him for what happened. The favorite son from the McGuire era got to coach at his alma mater. He eventually got the College of Charleston job and did just fine, and he could recruit. Now Dave Odom could recruit, but in a different kind of under the radar way. Like he'd go out and find Torrance Kinsey, Ronaldo Baltman, and those. He's really good evaluator and really good at finding guys off the beaten path. So it's not like he didn't bring talent in, but Bobby Crimmins would have gotten Zam Frederick out of high school and probably Devin Downey and guys like that ended up transferring in state, and he would have had a staff that was made up of Gamecocks. I mean, it would have, and I would Bobby Crimmins have won 2 NITs and played for a third? I doubt
Who
it.
knows? Yeah,
But he may have been in the NCAA tournament with some of those NIT teams. And so I thought that was a missed opportunity. And some of the powers that be were so pissed off and couldn't let go about him going back to Georgia Tech. They stood in the way of McGee doing it. It's a 6 of one, half dozen of another. Just coaching wise, he went with Odom. So that was a missed opportunity there. And then the third was getting the freaking flu in Phoenix. I mean, because you just don't know. Sendarius was the worst of the sick. And man, what if he'd have been on and had one of his games,
right, and had one of those Sendarius games, right? Like, it could have been very special.
Yeah, I thought Dozier and Silva played their asses off in that one too. I mean, it was. So there you go. We'll never.
I loved that too because it was magic, right? I mean, it ran through the regional here in Greenville, taking out one of the biggest properties in all of college basketball, right? Like here at the at the Bilo Center, I guess at the time. Who knows what the name was, but
I think it was the Well at the time.
Maybe it was. It was right around the time that the naming rights changed. I do know. Yeah, but yeah. But man, what a run! And then the damn
I'll never forget, man. It was like so Duke was, Carolina beat Marquette, and that really everybody kind of breathed a sigh of relief because they broke the losing streak in the tournament, and then beat them by 20, beating them pretty good. And then here comes Duke, and you're like, oh, man. But Duke did not match up very well with South Carolina in that game. Duke had a very short bench. They had some young players, and Carolina just kind of manhandled. And Duke was winning. Hell, they were up 9. I didn't see 65 second-half points coming by the Gamecocks against Duke.
Well, no.
But that happened. And then I'll never forget the Baylor game. I did not go to New York, but you're playing the number 3 seed in the region. They're pretty good. And Carolina just beat the dog do out of those guys. I mean, they get a shot off, and then you worry, Florida, you beat Florida once. It was really close, and then you lost in Gainesville, and they're really good. And then Florida was up the whole game, and then they pulled it out. And when Notice. Yes. Vern.
Yeah.
Vern, yes, chortling and all that at Madison Square Garden. I mean, what a dang run for them, that team, and for the Gamecocks. But that was a missed opportunity that time. I didn't mean to scroll down memory lane. I bet we have about like 10 users or 10 listeners left now.
Yeah, a few more.
My God, he's talking about the past again.
Yeah, here we go. Damn,
Lord.
basketball.
Craig is like, that second half at Duke was the best I've ever seen. Yeah, it was unbelievable, man.
Yeah, I mean,
Carolina couldn't miss. Duke didn't know how to handle them. The North Carolina fans started
that's
Duke.
right. Yeah.
I'm like, man, by the way, they played North Carolina. Duke plays today. They played today in Greensboro.
And yet nobody cares.
I know. I mean, people care in the upstate, Phil, because Clemson's playing Louisville.
Oh, are they? Oh, okay. Well,
yeah, it's
now that Flag's out, Clemson really doesn't have much standing in their way to win the tournament. Yeah. For what
Clemson's one of the better basketball teams in that league. They're good.
Yeah.
I mean, I hope that. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure most Gamecock fans hope they don't go to the Final Four, but they fit like the Ken Palm metrics of teams that can make it.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, this thing where Matt Anderson may have talked about it at some point, but Clemson's in the can make it. That kind of thing. Though, it's kind of like the blue chip ratio in football. It's like no kidding.
Oh, thank you, Captain Obvious, for your stats.
I am Captain Obvious. I used to love to do Captain Obvious characters and stuff until that stupid Priceline or whatever commercial.
Oh, until they actually.
I am Captain Obvious. I was like, no, you're a dork in a costume. You're not Captain anything. You're Captain Dipshit.
That's right.
All right. I want to remind everybody about D's Wings in West Columbia. Sponsor of the show here, sponsor of the Power Hours with Mike Morgan. D's Wings is off the chain. That's all I'm going to say. You heard Jamie mention it in the crossover. They're the best wings I've ever had, and I've eaten wings all over the country. You can't beat D's Wings. Also, their specials. The rest of their menu is very eclectic, and I've never had a single thing there that's not delicious. So, if you're going to the baseball game tonight, go by, have a beer and some wings at D's Wings before you get to the stadium, hopefully early, as Stuart told you. The gates open at 5:30. But did want to give a shout-out to D's Wings, West Columbia. Also, Garnet and Gamecock Traditions. Used to be Garnet and Black. Gamecock Traditions. Go to GamecockTraditions.com. They have some sweet baseball hoodies they just put up there. And also, another reminder, I'm going to keep hammering this, Ernie.com to enter the Gamecocks, inside the Gamecocks, thebigspur.com, all Gamecocks bracket challenge. Go ahead and sign up today for free. Select South Carolina as your favorite team, and then fill out your bracket on Sunday. First prize nationally is $5,000. We got a prize pack for all of you that win in the South Carolina bracket. And then if, as a team, South Carolina wins, we get the Ernie Cup and get to have an Ernie Cup party. Woohoo! Ernie.com to enter the bracket challenge. We'll be back with the final hour of the show for the week. Phil and I after this.
Oh, man. The building is on fire.
Emergencies and accidents happen. When you're in the middle of a fire or water event, all you want is for things to return to normal as soon as possible. Resto Pros of the Midlands is with you, guiding you through the process and working with you to get your home or office back in working order. They'll answer your questions, discuss procedures, and can act as your advocate when it comes to processing your insurance claim. Resto Pros Midlands SC.com. Open 24/7 when you need them. Quality that is guaranteed.
Happy New Year from the Barndominium Company, where they are building dream homes in the Carolinas, Georgia, and Tennessee. Their turnkey process can be custom designed and takes 6 months on average. Make your dream a reality. Visit thebarndominiumco.com. Thebarndominiumco.com. Gamecock owned and operated.
Think about that old ride of yours. The carpools, the road trips, the heavy hauls, date nights, and the dings and the dents and the sticky spills and cracker crumbs, and that smell that really never goes away. Do you really want to start the new year in the same old ride? Or is it time for a fresh start? Now's the time for incredible New Year's savings at Love Chevrolet on the entire lineup of award-winning vehicles. Love has more new Chevys on the lot than any other dealer in the Midlands, in the color, style, features you've been looking for. With New Year's savings and Love's famous low price guarantee, your new ride in 25 will be invigorating, exhilarating, and affordable too. South Carolina's #1 volume Chevy dealer, I-26 at Harbison, and online at lovechevy.com. Together, let's drive.
That's the power of love. Love Chevy.
Mike here for one of the better dining options in the capital city. You know, when I first moved there, I asked people around the radio station, where are the best wings? Well, the consensus was D's Wings. That was then. Today, they still have the best wings, but it's so much more now in their new location at 415 Meeting Street in West Columbia. Yeah, they get voted the best wings on a routine basis. Yes, they get voted the best sports bar on a routine basis, but they're not just about wings, and really, they're not just a sports bar. It is a family-run local restaurant and bar with 20 TVs and 25 beers on tap. And how about these daily specials? Every Monday night at D's, you've got 75-cent wings from 4 until closing. Tacos on Tuesday. Then on Wednesday, 18 wings and a pitcher of beer for $29. You've also got ribs and oyster bucket specials on Thursday. And no matter how big the party is, 20 or more, no problem. Just call ahead of time and they'll take terrific care of you. They'll do takeout as well. And guess what? A human will answer the phone and take the order. Billy and his staff do an outstanding job. Check out D's, 415 Meeting Street in West Columbia.
Talking real gunslingers. I'm talking real outlaws. They saddle up and ride on into town. When it was high noon in the mall saloons, you knew what was going down. They took it outside. Took it outside. Loose man to man, toe to toe, you know they had to go. When nobody's gonna break it up, not until you've had enough. If you think you've got the guts, and let's take it outside.
Welcome back, everybody. It is Inside the Gamecocks, the show. Final hour of the show, firing up here for a Friday. Shifting gears a little bit. I want to talk a little bit about football and why is this nation, JC, so enamored of such a violent game as American football of all things?
Yeah, I saw somebody. I read a comment about this, and I was like, probably a good show topic. But first, Nana's Porch chat box. I just realized we haven't acknowledged the net because Whittle was off the top, and we started talking about the NIT. I'm not laughing at it. I didn't expect this to be
right
on the radar, so it's kind of I'm chuckling at the irony, especially considering football season. Obviously, strength of schedule meant absolutely nothing, but in basketball, a 20-loss team can get to the postseason because of it. So record means, whatever. And it never anywho
for data points.
Yeah, here's some data points for you, Ward.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Nevertheless, so did want to acknowledge Nana Sports chat box. Bobby was in, and he did talk about going to tavern, and I appreciate Bobby every day. When he can, he's up in here, and certainly appreciate Bobby. Krager mentions the second half against Duke was the best he'd ever seen. And Craig says, if I set up Inside the Gamecocks ESPN bracket challenge, would you guys want to participate? Hell yeah. You go ahead.
We'll do it.
Yeah, just be sure to sign up on Ernie.com though.
Right. Let's do both
as well. We'll do both. I used to do one bracket. I'd pick one bracket, and then all my bracket pools I was in, I would just use the same one, because of course I'm smarter than everyone else, Phil. No, I'm just kidding. But I realized that was 1 year I had one bracket and like 8 pools, and I was out by the second weekend because all my Final Four teams had been eliminated. And I was like, I'm not doing that. I'm going to do it like a normal person. So I enjoy doing different bracket pools. But absolutely, Craig, and we'll you can announce who's leading and stuff here while we do it and all that. So certainly do it. So you got my email, man. Send me an email. Send me and Philip an invite. Our emails are not very hard. Mine is my name at Gmail, and Phil's is Phil's name at Gmail.
Right. Yeah, pretty simple.
We're going to be, don't have to think too hard with that one.
Nope.
Anyway, yeah. So here's what this was. The point of this person who, if you clicked on his picture on social media, and he did not put this on social media. This was in an article that I read. And it goes, Americans like, and this is an American, apparently, maybe a Canadian, who knows, football, because football is a lot like war, and because a lot of it depends on resources and troops and divisions and different jobs and all that. And then they particularly in the South, because of the Civil War, blah, blah, blah. You're a bunch of racist and love slavery, blah, all the same bullshit you always hear, which is ridiculous. And I started thinking, I tend to agree. Even folks like my kids that play, they play these like war games, like big, like long-term video games where you have a country and you're getting, supplies, and, people play that. People play that. There's board games that you can play. I found out last time I was at Columbia, my buddy and I played this board game about war and stuff like that.
Yeah.
I actually won. So there you go.
There you go.
Why did you put that weapon together so quickly, Gump? Why did you put the weapon together so quickly, Sherbert? You'll be a general someday. But anyway, and so I think about it. I'm like, well, yeah, especially college football, you have recruiting territories. You have, now money's a big deal. So it's resources and supplies. You have facilities, i.e. your fort or whatever, your home base. if you read, you have folks like Steve Spurrier read The Art of War and apply, and a lot of those lessons are very applicable to football. So I get it. And I'm like, because the insinuation was that Americans are warlike people. Like we're just obsessed with violence and war. And yeah, look, maybe compared to some other countries because of we do love action movies and explosions, and I don't think that makes us violent though. I don't necessarily agree with that. I just think because we have the freedom to express ourselves here, and because we're still a relatively young country, as countries go, we have this youthful, abundance, and then we're undefeated in world wars. That's kind of like
undefeated world war champs.
College football as well, back-to-back World War champs.
Back-to-back World War champs.
Suffered an upset loss in Vietnam.
Yeah, you drop a midweek every once in a while,
Korea, Iraq, and Afghanistan. That we're in the college football period before they went to had overtime. There's ties. Tied those.
Ties. That's right.
An embarrassing tie to Afghanistan because America. No,
record-wise, though, it's not a loss, as the NFL reminds
I don't
us.
think it was a loss. I don't even those were absolutely serious wars, and all that, but it wasn't. I don't think you win. I think some of those operations were just kind of like that, but I think we have a lot of pride in our military, and I think we have a lot of pride in a competitive spirit.
Yeah.
I do not think we are violent, and I don't think football has anything to do with violence, right?
I don't think we're inherently more violent than anybody else.
No, I mean, hey, look, while in the NFL, you will have fights in the stands, especially like the California teams. Like when the Raiders were in Oakland, the 49ers and Chargers fans every Sunday on TikTok, and Rams every Sunday on TikTok or whatever. If I'm scrolling through, not that I spend a lot of time on TikTok, there's always a 49ers fan fighting somebody.
Yes.
I mean, the California NFL fans, but like, we don't have riots and deaths like they do at soccer games.
Yeah. I'm like, have you seen European and South American soccer? Football? Yeah. People die.
I mean,
they don't just get their feelings hurt. People die in the stands.
So I don't think that. And so the other part of it is, okay, so if we're all obsessed with football, because this is part of the greater narrative that these people that want to kill a lot of things that, I'll just be honest, the guys like, masculine things that we like, some people are anti that, and funny, they're males. I don't understand why. Probably because they don't stack up, just to be honest. And so the people, they're trying to kill football and make it seem bad. That won't happen for a while. It's still going to be a sport. But I don't think it's because we're violent, because how do you explain baseball? America's pastime.
That's right.
Baseball is not like a war. Baseball, you kind of stand around and wait for something to happen. And it's you against the ball. And you wear gloves and cups to protect things that are valuable. Right. And you don't play if it's raining. I don't know if you ever heard the football and baseball comparison with George Carlin. He talks in this voice. He's like, football is a grind a gladiator up and down the field. In baseball, if it's raining, we don't go play.
We're not going to play.
Baseball, if it's tied, we just play extra innings. And so I came like this. I came to this conclusion. Americans love strategy and the intricacies of unique games. It's just how we roll, right? And there's a big portion of our society that loves soccer and hockey and lacrosse and all that. But think about how unique baseball and football actually are. And I know they play baseball in other countries, but it's it's America's pastime, by God. Mm-hmm. It's better than cricket. I don't know. So think about that. It's played with I don't know anything about cricket either.
I know they got a paddle. It's instead of a bat. I don't know.
Yeah,
the ball hits the ground too much for me in cricket to understand it. I'm like, and why is the
yeah, I mean, and then you compare like the sports feel in other countries that are real popular, like soccer, hockey, and lacrosse. All those sports are basically this. They're kind of in the same family, right? With so it's a field or
You're
a
running
sheet
around.
of ice.
Yeah.
There's goalie. There's people guarding a goal. You play with sticks in two of them.
Yeah,
The other
two of
one,
them, you're allowed to hit each other with sticks, and in
play
one of them, you're
with your
allowed to throw your
feet.
gloves off and punch. I mean,
yeah,
really
I
fight.
mean, it's just, yeah, the hockey's very violent. I mean,
right.
Is Canada a warlike country? No. Hey, what's that on the boot? I don't know, buddy.
Yeah, no.
Hey, buddy, what are you doing? Oh, I'm playing
Yeah, what
hockey,
are you
buddy.
talking about?
What are you talking about? Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry too. What's this on the boot? And so I'm like, those games that are kind of way more popular elsewhere, they're not unique. So then think about this. Think about America as a country. And we're still but we're the most unique country on the planet. Where else are you get all these people from all different backgrounds and walks of life thrown into one gigantic country where, as much as we don't get along about politics these days, we do get along. We're all proud to be Americans. We're very generous. Could have taken over. I mean, name a country in the history of our world. I don't know that you can find one that has the chance after a world war to take over the world. Oh, we had the bomb for a while. I'm repeating this. Somebody else said it. I didn't come up with this on my own. We had a chance to take over the world. I think Elon Musk actually said it, to be honest, after World War II. And funny thing, guess what? We didn't.
We didn't do it.
We helped everybody rebuild. People that don't know read about the Marshall Plan and stuff. So I don't think we're warlike, violent people because of football. I think that's one of those things that the media sort of or members of the media love to propagate, and that people that really don't like the country as a whole and fail to see, it's like the same people that hated college sports and aren't ever going to be satisfied with this revenue share thing.
Oh, right.
Yeah, they hated it before. They just ignored all the good. So I thought that was interesting. And I thought looking at football and baseball and why Americans like it so much, I think it's because it's a bit complex. It's unique, and there's a ton of strategy that goes into it.
Yeah.
And not that there's not in these other sports, but like I said, a lot of the other popular sports that are like they're called goal sports. They're kind of similar, they're kind of similar concepts, just with sticks and skates and whatever. Bobby says, sounds like some country that lost a war to us had a take. Probably so. I just thought that was an interesting subject, Phil, because it kind of hit me that Americans like, I started, the question was just your typical stupidity that's out there now. But the answer to me was very interesting as far as like why exactly we're all gaga over a sport like football. And then at the same time, a sport like baseball. And some people don't like baseball. It's too slow for them. And I totally get that too. But it's just interesting, and I think the best way I can describe it is it's strategic, it's complex. There's a lot of I think in those two sports here in America, a lot of legend, I guess. I mean, you go back old school baseball, man. Major League Baseball has been around for forever.
Right. I mean, just century,
Yeah.
Plus, yeah.
The old time stories, and going all the way back to the Black Sox scandal, which is amazing that I've sat there and seen, the home plate where Shoeless Joe Jackson, because they tore down the old Comiskey, but the home plate's still there, where Shoeless Joe Jackson stood and hit, and then Shoeless Joe's from Greenville, South Carolina.
Yeah, they got his house over there at the ball field. Yeah,
over
right.
there, wherever. Yeah. And you got the statue down there, and it's just kind of like, wow, all this history, and you have these ballparks like Wrigley and Fenway that just stand the test of time. And I mean, and then football, I mean, man, you got college and pro, a bunch of legendary tales in that sport as well.
And the personalities throughout both, I mean, that has born, just some really standout, larger than life people have come out of both of those, not saying that that's, just the sole provenance of those two sports, but I mean, they crank them out a bit better and faster than others do.
Exactly. And I mean, basketball is an American sport as well. And it's physical, but not violent. It's against the rules to touch anybody.
Yeah. Well, you can't even,
you can't touch anyone egregiously. Right? You can't touch anyone.
Not anymore.
That's a foul.
That's one of the reasons why I don't like the game these days, because they're not banging in the paint anymore like they used to, which was always fun.
Yeah, it is like that.
I was telling my daughter about the enforcer in hockey the other day. I was like, as we got off on a lacrosse conversation, I was like, if I'd have been a lacrosse player, I'd have just been out there running around looking to whack somebody with the stick and just knock them down, like a hockey enforcer. I was like, these hockey teams, there's a guy on there literally just plays air quote defense, going around looking to slam somebody in the wall, toss their gloves off, and hit them in the face.
Yeah. I love the enforcer. I think, Phil, once I go to a pro hockey game, and I almost went in Nashville to the Preds game.
Have you never been to an NHL game ever?
No.
Oh, man. Yeah, it's fun.
I heard like in person, it's so much better than on TV.
Yeah, there is. It might be one of the more drastic, like live, it's like Dave Matthews live albums versus studio cuts.
Yeah. Okay. That makes sense. A lot better. Dave does have better live stuff.
A lot better on stage than it is in the studio.
Yeah. So, just in from Horns 24/7. It's not just in. They just sent an email newsletter out. Joe Lunardi has Texas as the last team in the NCAA tournament. This is going to be interesting.
Yeah.
So they're the last team in, and that's Texas. So I know what Matt said. So interesting enough, Xavier and Indiana, who for a while it looked like those would not be good losses for Carolina. Xavier is one of the last four in at San Diego State, North Carolina, Xavier, and Texas. And among the first four out, Boise State, screw Boise State, Colorado State, Dayton, and Indiana. Next four out, Ohio State, UC Irvine, the Anteaters, Wake Forest, and North Texas. So, so it looks like Texas will get in. Three SEC teams get last four byes: Oklahoma, Arkansas, and Vandy. So looks like the SEC is going to get 14 and going to go the NIT, baby. Woo!
Going to get the invite. I hope they play. Like I said yesterday, man, just to shake off the narrative that this team was complete trash. Just get in there and win a few games.
That's what I'm saying. Because
you get a home game.
Yeah, that would be. Yeah, you get a home game. One last chance to see him play, and I think the students would show up for. Because spring break was this week, so the students will be back next week.
Mm-hmm.
Heck, the game Mike called the Florida game. Things were not what I would call rosy at that point. Mike said there are 5,000 students there. I mean, let's go. I think that would tell all of us if they get in the NIT. Now they lose in the first game. it can't get any worse.
Right. You have nothing to lose, right?
Yeah.
It is house money. If you, it
Nobody-
doesn't matter.
yeah,
Nobody expects you to do anything.
Nobody.
No.
Nobody.
You
Nobody.
got a 2-16 conference record. Nobody expects you to do a damn thing.
Nah, not at all. And but if you win some games, and it looks like you're much better when you're not playing these ridiculous,
right?
We're just like tough teams in the SEC. Pray tell, maybe you win a close one. Yeah, South Carolina's 1-8 in games decided by 5 points or less, including the loss to North Florida at the beginning of the year, which still chaps my behind. Because that was a lifeless performance in an opener.
Yeah, not a good start.
But and then the Clemson game's the only win, and that one, by God, they wanted to give it away, didn't they?
They tried, but they did not let themselves do it.
Yeah, at the end of regulation, they did not have the lead, so they really have not won a single game in regulation that was within 5 points. But if they start winning and win a couple, maybe it's just like you chalk up the season as like, oh well, they were good. They just weren't good enough in the SEC.
Well, I mean, are the Odom teams the first? Is that the last time South Carolina went back-to-back postseasons beyond the SEC tournament?
No, that would be Frank Martin. Frank only had two postseason teams, which is crazy.
Yeah.
Mainly because of the NIT rules. He had several.
Oh, that's true. That's true. Yeah.
Several teams that were much more deserving than this one to get to the NIT, but
yeah, right.
It was, and a couple of years they kind of got screwed by the NIT committee too. Nevertheless, yeah. But the year that they got the other screw job year, the 16 team.
Yeah,
they got left out with 24 wins. Most wins ever from a power conference to get left out. And on top of that, whatever dumb intern was working for the NCAA at the time saw USC Trojans on the list and sent Frank a text and said, "Congratulations for being in the NCAA tournament." And they thought they were in.
Yep.
Wow. Then one year they got left out of the NIT and Tanner got mad and wrote a letter. It's like, dude, I just don't understand this. But yeah, so it was 2015, 2016. Okay. That team beat somebody in the first round. Somebody, High Point or somebody. Mm-hmm. And then I think it was High Point. And then went on and Georgia Tech came in. Speaking of Bobby Crimmins, he's at that game. Georgia Tech beat them pretty good. That team just really wasn't. After getting screwed like that, after winning all those games, they weren't. It's Michael Carrera and those guys. And then the next year was the Final Four. But that was the last time it has been since Odom's back-to-back NITs, other than that 2-year blip on the radar. And that Odom back-to-back NITs, that was 20 years ago, Phil.
Yeah.
There's only been one time they've been back-to-back postseasons. All right. Well, we got to get to our final break because I got to get some work done and then meet my wife afterwards. She's getting off early today.
Oh, nice.
Well, the weather's so nice. Yeah. Well, we didn't, but it's probably a beer outside day because it's 78 and look, then the wind's blowing in. The weather's going to crap tomorrow, Phil. And it's probably going to snow next week. So.
Yeah, you got to get out and enjoy it.
Lord have mercy. Yeah, I was gonna like save up going out until because I haven't been going out a lot this year at all. And
right.
I was gonna save it up till next Friday in my annual March Madness, but yeah, you got to practice before you got to have a practice round before you go play in the Masters, right? So
yeah,
I'm gonna go prepare myself. I'm gonna go get my tolerance up a little bit today. So.
My wife's going through the same thing over the next few days. Yeah, she is like,
"Oh yeah, I heard.
Got to get into playing shape."
I've already gotten a text about that nonsense. So
right
already today. So That'll be fun. And also, want to thank everybody that's a sponsor out there, but especially Palm Casual Furniture. If I had Palm Casual Furniture on my backyard, in my back porch, I'd probably be outside doing the show today, which would be lovely. But I'm not. I don't. And I'd probably fall through the stuff that the 20 pounds of snow was on a couple of weeks ago. But, man, Palm Casual is great. Mike Morgan's got something. You've heard Jamie talk about it. We certainly appreciate all that Palm Casual does for Inside the Gamecocks Show, Inside the Gamecocks The Morning Show. Also want to give a special shout-out to Electric Bikes of Charleston and what they do, not only for the show, but for NIL and everything else at the University of South Carolina. Charleston Fitness Equipment, Electric Bikes of Charleston, proud sponsors from day one, really, for all we do here at ITG. We'll be back to wrap things up with our final segment on a Friday. It's a freaky, fantastic, funkadelic Friday when we return.
Remarkable, 5-star, sensational. These are just some of the terms used to describe nationally renowned chef William Turner out of Scottsdale, Arizona. Originally from Georgetown, South Carolina, and a diehard Gamecocks fan, Chef Will made his way out west and has served parties from every state and many countries from across the globe. If you're in Arizona or have plans elsewhere, visit chefwilliamturner.com to inquire about private events and more. From MLB to NFL, the chef has served everyone. He's won all the awards, done all the press. There's a reason for that. Food from every culture, all of it first class. chefwilliamturner.com and Chef Will Turner on socials. You won't believe what you see. You really won't believe how it tastes.
Charleston Fitness Equipment is keeping South Carolina in shape. Clients have come from all over the Palmetto State to find that one piece of equipment that they enjoy that keeps them looking and feeling good. Whether it's a home rower, treadmill, elliptical, free weights, a home gym, or something else, Charleston Fitness Equipment keeps the mirror smiling back at you. Get in shape like the Gamecocks do. Visit charlestonfitnessequipment.com. Gamecock owned and operated and proud partners of Inside the Gamecocks, the show.
We got started in 1979. Because we're a manufacturer, we're able to control our costs. That's why we like to manufacture as much of the product as we can, because in our factory stores we can offer a competitive edge over other people around the country. When people come into one of our Palm Casuals, it's like they're buying their car at Detroit. They're going right to the factory and buying their car.
30-day money-back guarantee. That's a big deal with us. I mean, we give 30 days to do anything. I mean, return it, change it, get a different color, get your money back.
When you pull into a store and it says Palm Casual, you know you're at a factory store.
You don't have to be Scottish to enjoy South Carolina's most unique family festival, a celebration of Celtic culture. Hearten Days South, built by Culpeper Wood. Experience adventure, Highland games, music, dancing, animals, crafts, rides, a car show, and a parade. Kick off your weekend with a Celtic concert on Friday and a full day of affordable fun and festivities on Saturday at the historic Columbia Speedway, April 3rd through 5th. Get your tickets and more information at heartendaysouth.com. Your first visit.
This is Lenore Sullivan from Gamecock Football, and you listen to the show with JC, JB, and Phil.
Welcome back, everyone. Final segment of Inside the Gamecocks, the show here for the week on a fun, fantastic, funkadelic Friday. I love that.
Funkadelic Friday.
Funkadelic. That's right.
Let's I'm calling audible.
All right.
I know you got the script.
No, you're good. You're good. I'm to be honest, like in that last break, I'm sitting here looking at Jeremiah Donati's
email
newsletter.
Yeah, I read it.
email.
I read it.
I'm
It
going through it here.
basically, yeah, I read it while we were
No real news.
Nothing really. Just said, hey, we got this on the rev share. We have a plan if things fall apart, which is good. I think, from what I'm hearing, they have a plan. They had a plan before, but they have a plan now, so that's good. Glad to know he's got a plan. I know they've been working exceptionally hard on that since he's taken over. So that's good. Want to say, Bobby, just to wrap up our baseball conversation or our Americana conversation, if you will. Shoeless Joe hit 500 in the 1919 World Series. He was not in on the fix.
Yeah, I know. It eats us up around here.
The injustices of baseball are interesting too.
They are.
Steroid era, Pete Rose, Shoeless Joe.
Yeah.
Baseball media are a bunch of freaking
listen, the
Puritans.
writers, right? At one time, sports writers were the most powerful figures in all of athletics. And then once that power was taken away from them, they held on to what little bit they had left and are now controlling the legacy of the game in such a fashion that is disproportionate to their influence in these times.
Well, perhaps they should have understood they were sports writers and not tried to be Johnny journalist investigative reporters and gotcha everybody and burn bridges and be adversarial and act like, they're defending the Constitution of the United States by, calling out coaches for crap that has nothing to do with sports.
Right. Yeah. Stay in your lane.
Let the crime reporter or the investigative reporter, I don't want to say real
business
journalist.
insider is a lot different than your football insider.
I mean, sports writers are heroes, man. They used to be called Scoop and Skip. And traveled with the team, and then you kind of just started an outside the lines investigation, man. Bobby Knight's an asshole. Yeah, well, really? I mean, we didn't know that. Did you not realize that when he threw the chair across the floor, or his multiple televised meltdowns?
And have you not also noticed that a lot of successful people, in fact, I would argue to say most, have a bit of that in them?
Yeah.
You got to have that competitive,
Ask anybody that worked for me or with me from around 08 to 13, maybe. I'm trying, Ringo. I'm trying real hard to be the shepherd.
I'm trying real hard to
I'm trying, Ringo. I'm trying real hard to be the shepherd.
Yes.
Get out of here. What a movie that is. Nevertheless, yeah, so perhaps they shouldn't have done that, but that's sports writers aren't. There's a shortage of good ones these days. Speaking of shortage of good, I wanted to kind of switch gears. We were going to play a football game, but we'll do that Monday. Well, that's a good game, but we only got 19 minutes left, and that conversation may get lengthy. But and spring practice starts next week, so it'll go to be play football, either or games and things like that. So I made the mistake. I took the wife to work today, took her in, going back, and I was like, it's Friday. I'll listen to this because I hit the subscribe button on Apple Podcasts, and I'll listen to this SEC podcast that I listened to a while back that really made me dumber.
Oh no! Oh, you revisited it.
Stupid List Central. It's an SEC roundtable with a lot of guys that have podcasts that cover their teams, and you can tell they cover their teams. So the concept was, all right, we're going to go through, I guess, the USA Today coaching salaries, and then it's ask if they're worth it or worth more or worth less. Now, the mistake number one right away, my man, the host, didn't really look and see when these salaries were dated for. Oh, God. Didn't even have accurate information. They spent 10 minutes going off on the South Carolina administration because Shane Beamer only made $6 million.
Oh, my goodness.
Never mind. He got a fat new contract and a raise. And they're like,
just remedied.
and dude, they even said, I'm shocked they haven't given him a raise. I'm like, Google is your friend, man. Because I get caught like that too. Sometimes I'm like, hey, did they do that? But I'll pose the question, because if I don't know, rather than just act like I know and then be critical. How dumb that's the art thou? So I'm listening to it. And so one of the arguments was, and this is, I think, wasn't a Georgia pot, maybe it's a Georgia, the SEC.
Oh, they're using I'm sorry, just to interject. They are using a list on USA Today that is clearly marked, if you'll even half pay attention to a byline. October 16, 2024.
Ooh.
Mid-season.
Man.
I
think that means somebody had a quick meeting where half those dudes weren't paying attention.
Right, man, we're going to have something to talk about today.
Why don't we do salaries and if they're worth it or not? Okay, somebody Google salaries. All right, here we go. Boom, boom, boom.
USA Today. Yeah, right, yeah.
And I think they had Clark Lee at $3.19 million on that list too. And they were like, one of the dumb, if we'd had this conversation last year, he's probably worth less than that. I'm like, really? I think Clark got a raise too. I read that as well. But so the dumbest part of it was this conversation about the SEC. The conversation was the SEC is is not as good as it once was. Just not. And I want to clear something up because a lot of people, not just people that are on the stupid list, when they talk about how good conferences are, they're not really evaluating conferences. They're evaluating teams, individual teams. Now, the conference is the sum of its parts, right? But if you're going to evaluate a whole conference, you have to evaluate it top to bottom. You can't just say, oh, well, Duke and North Carolina are in the basketball and the ACC are really, really. This is another thing, Phil, that basketball is superior to football. Everybody's talking about how good the SEC is because they're going to put 14 teams in the tournament, right?
Right.
They're not talking about how the ACC is down because they only get 3. But Duke may be the best team when Cooper Flag is healthy. Duke may be the best team in the country. Duke may win it all.
Yeah, Duke's got a legit shot. I mean, I think you shut them down in the ACC tournament, obviously with Flag and the injury, but you hope it doesn't linger too long because, I mean, dude, that cat gives you a shot.
He's a baller, dude.
Yeah.
He's from Maine. I wonder if the best athlete to come out of Maine, like in a sport we care about, what's the best athlete to ever come out? Are there any football players that have come out of Maine?
Let's see.
He's a maniac. Anyway. But nevertheless, look, I don't get it. The SEC was the best. Everybody's like, SEC's not the best conference anymore. No, the SEC was. And you're going to see the SEC. Let's go back to 2016 because this guy was like, when Saban had it rolling in Alabama the whole decade, that was when the league was in its glory years. Never mind that the SEC won the national title in 06.
Reggie White was from Maine. I'm sorry. Like that.
Reggie White.
Is what this is saying. Reggie White, football player, played for this. Now, this is according to Google AI.
The Minister of Defense or another Reggie White? I thought Reggie White was from Chattanooga.
Eagles, Green Bay, and Carolina Panthers, unless he might have been born there,
in Maine.
Yeah, that's probably you gotta.
He played high school ball. I think he played at the Baylor School. I don't know. He played. He was from Chattanooga though.
That's funny.
Family may have moved there. So maybe Reggie White. Who knows?
Aside from that, they've had some. And Cooper Flag, obviously, but Bob Stanley, Boston Red Sox, Bill Swift. Major League Baseball. I don't know. A couple of Olympic sport athletes. So
not a lot of athletes.
So yeah, go grab the flag.
How many professional lobster shoremen come from Maine or lumberjacks,
right?
If you will,
Captain Obvious.
Captain Obvious is from Maine. By God. So, all right. So it's like the SEC's down. Look, man. Let's just get real. The SEC was not down last year. The SEC was actually up. There were more quality teams that were they just beat each other up.
Right.
And you can simply prove that by saying two of the three teams that made the playoff, Tennessee and Texas, they had the easiest schedule. You know, Texas, we've documented who they did not play. Tennessee did play Georgia. They lost. They did play Alabama and won. They did not play Ole Miss. They did not play South Carolina. They did not play Missouri. They did not play Texas A&M. And they did not play LSU. So that's five of the best teams in the league, right? They did play Kentucky, Mississippi State, Oklahoma. Florida ended up 8-5, I know, but they weren't top half of the league. You know, and Vandy. I mean, we've seen who Texas played. Absolutely freaking nobody except Georgia, and they lost to Georgia twice. You know, so I don't buy that. I don't understand where that's coming from. Looking back, like I'll pull out an example. The worst the SEC has been, top to bottom, was 2016. And you look at that 2016 season, I thought the ACC was a demonstrably better conference. That's that season. Because in the ACC, you had Lamar Jackson at Louisville. You had Deshaun Watson at Clemson. You had even Nathan freaking Peterman at Pitt did some things that year. Daniel Jones was the quarterback at Duke. Virginia Tech in Fuente's first year had a guy named Jared Evans, a JUCO guy who was studly. They won their division. Justin Thomas was a quarterback at Georgia Tech. Did I mention Trubisky in North Carolina, number one pick in the draft? I mean, you had a ton of really good quarterbacks and a ton of really good teams. And Clemson ended up beating Alabama. Whereas in the SEC, you had Alabama. They played a bad Florida team that had a quarterback that was, I think, Austin Appleby, who was one of two transfers from Purdue, along with Danny Etling at LSU, that were starters for LSU and Florida that year at quarterback. Alabama had Jalen Hurts that year at quarterback. He was a true freshman.
Yeah.
Right out of high school. South Carolina started a true freshman that year, and Jake Bentley. I believe Jarrett Garantano, who was terrible. No. I'm sorry, 16, not 17. Tennessee was starting Josh Dobbs, and they blew it that year by losing to Carolina.
Yeah, they did that.
That was the Champions of Life's breakthrough year. Everybody's quarterback situation was sort of a mess. If I'm not mistaken, Kyler Murray had left Texas A&M. I don't know who was starting for them, but it wasn't somebody super duper great in 16. But it just, maybe it was. I don't know. I remember. I'm trying to think of when they played Carolina in Columbia and won. But it wasn't a good year. Just simply.
Trevor Knight.
Oh, I forgot. Yeah, Trevor Knight, man.
Trevor Knight.
It was just a transition year. The Sugar Bowl during that time period went to the top team that did not make the 14 playoff. That was an 8-4 Auburn team. It just was not.
No.
I mean, a lot of teams were in transition. Nobody had a quarterback. So you can't tell me that year just because Alabama, went to the final game and and they had a team that was able to do that. You can't tell me that year top to bottom was better in the SEC than this year. And then another thing that I would probably put in the book of stupid is that, they just don't have the coaches. They don't have the coaches. There's not a coach other than Kirby Smart in the league that could win a national championship. They don't have the coaches. The coaches. I think Ryan Day just won a national championship.
Right. His first one.
Yeah. Ed Orgeron, who they took an unnecessary shot at, won a national championship in just a few short years ago. I don't think anybody's going to put him in the Hall of Fame. Although I think I belong in the Hall of Fame, JC. I know.
Been around the game for a long time.
I love the game of football, but I'm happy here in Palm Beach County, Florida, with my wife. She's hot. Anyway,
well, this is the thing, and I haven't really spoken on this. I don't even know if we got into it on the show, but about that article that was like, who could be the next Indiana? I'm like, I get the premise in that you've got all these qualifiers and you're talking about who could be a team who traditionally has not done all that well, who could break into, the college football playoff. I'm like, but you could miss us down here with that crap. Because here's the thing. And if this doesn't prove why all this Big Ten bullshit isn't, exactly that, is Indiana ran through a soft Big Ten schedule with half a group of 5 roster and made the playoffs. If that's what it takes, I don't want anything to do with that down here. I don't want to look at that. I don't want to go into the postseason knowing what my fate is going to be in the very first game that we take the field. Is that your ass is going to get bounced?
I mean, yeah. I don't
look. Kurt Cignetti brought half of his JMU team with him and ran roughshod through the Big Ten. Tell me again how that's the strongest conference in America.
It's not.
No.
It's ridiculous. And the people that, the SEC did not have access to the playoff.
Right.
And the SEC, I'm still convinced. I don't know that the best teams were selected. The teams with the best record were selected, but I don't, I don't know that Texas. All right. So Texas didn't play Ole Miss. They didn't play Alabama. They didn't play South Carolina. If Texas plays any of those teams in Atlanta at that point in time, I don't know that Texas wins. Definitely. Do you know? I don't think so. At that point, besides Georgia, be the toughest team they played. I mean,
right.
So I don't get it. But if you'd have taken one of the 3 SEC, hell, if you'd have taken Texas A&M, LSU, and Missouri, and sent them to Penn State instead of SMU, Phil, I will guarantee you they give them a better game.
Yeah.
I don't know about giving Ohio State a better game, but that just showed you the lunacy of it all, that Ohio State was ridiculous. They were the 8th seed,
I know.
However, my point of all this is when we're talking about conference and you're talking about strength of schedule and things like that, basketball, and I'm not saying this just because this benefits the Gamecocks and it didn't benefit the Gamecocks back then. I would not be a hypocrite. I'm not going to be a hypocrite and, it just flow wherever the garnet and black shall flow, right? And I did think, back in the day in basketball, that team that won 24 games should have been in. And I think that when you leave teams out that play in a power conference that have great records, and I'm on the record as being upset Wake Forest got left out a couple of years ago. And lo and behold, the ACC, the few teams they got in, advanced through the tournament like madmen. And so, I do think that record, as far as getting, if you leave out teams with good records in a power conference, that's not good. But, I do think strength of schedule has to matter to a certain extent. And football just doesn't matter at all. But I think basketball just does such a better job. And I know they have more games. I know they have more to work with. But can you not design something? And don't let Bill Connolly do it either, because what he does sucks.
No, but you can put adjusting factors into that, even in the smaller sample size, like
to where there's metrics and a guideline,
right?
And with the math, you sort of know, like a quad 1 win. like South Carolina this past year. The fact that Clemson South Carolina game meant absolutely nothing to Big Warden and the Beavers,
right,
was ridiculous.
Yeah,
because they were so locked in on the head-to-head
after losing at home to Carolina.
God.
And then beat one of your darlings who had been that way since the college football committee rankings had come out. Look at this SMU team. My goodness, how great they are. And then Clemson turns around, beats the pants off of them in Charlotte. Oh, they gave them a close game, but that game was not close for 3 quarters. Like SMU found themselves and came back and then got dusted.
I don't know why.
Yeah. And then here we are, old Frumpy McFrumperson up here in his ill-fitting suit telling us how there's no further data points that we can look at for teams who aren't playing this week.
That game does not exist.
That didn't happen. No. Look over here. Boise, look. They play on a blue field that you're not going to see because we're going to give them the bye.
He sounds like if the guy from PM Dawn had become an athletic director, like the breathy, from a plastic plate. I found the lady with a fat diamond ring, and you'll remember a damn thing. Look at that, baby, you send me. I'll be honest.
Poor Reese Davis is over there trying to get something out of him.
Like, listen,
like a wet blanket,
Nevertheless. Yeah, I didn't get it at all. But yeah, and you notice some of these national media folks, I'm convinced for whatever reason, I don't know why you'd hitch your wagons to this league, but they kind of carry water for the ACC because nobody said who's the next SMU, which in my opinion, that's a school that came directly from Group of 5 and made the playoff with an at-large bid.
Right.
It's not like they won we won the conference, yay. And you can't and you can't tell me that SMU would have run through the Big 12 like that. There's no way that they would have lost to Colorado.
Yeah,
BYU did beat them.
Right. Yeah, there's
but then everybody's like
you would have done
Big 12 is not a very good conference now.
Yeah. Here, look at that. But nobody's got more than 9 wins. God. I can't believe it.
Anyway,
let Arizona State in.
But yeah, that's just it. I'm like, folks, listen, let me just say the SEC is the best football conference in the country. I don't care if they didn't have a team that won a national championship. If the SEC does not win a national championship in basketball this year, it does not mean they're not the best conference in the country.
Right.
Krager said it. I like a point system. Be the top 15, team 3. Yeah. That high school, I was thinking about this early this morning. One of my first thoughts when I got up, Phil. We'll leave you with this. High school football has football playoffs figured out a whole lot better than college or the NFL. And I say the NFL is different because it's designed for parity, right? It's designed for every team to eventually have a chance, right? Not all of them take advantage of that. They miss their window, quite frankly. And then some are good at staying up. But the NFL is designed for you to go up and down, and everybody kind of gets a chance. Even they have issues like weak division winners get home games and things like that.
Yeah.
Tweaks, right? And so instead of looking at the NFL like everybody does, you need to look at the high school ranks because they've got it figured out. They have point systems they decide things on. Conference games count this, non-conference. Yeah, and for the Group of 5 people out there, the Rudies of the world that are convinced they're going to win national championships someday, they want to send their team to the slaughterhouse for money. In high school football, they divide it up based on what's that word we use? Resources.
Resources, right?
Those bigger schools have more resources. Private schools have more resources, even though their student body is not that large. So they get multipliers and have to play up. Oh, really? Oh, great.
You could set up a quad system for football, but it would completely destroy the subjectivity that they enjoy being able to select these teams into the postseason, because you couldn't do that, because there you would have had half of the field would have come from the Southeast, and that would have just wrecked the Midwest narrative.
Oh God! and you wait till next year. There'll be everybody.
Nothing's going to change. There's going to be one more year of this crazy crap, and then their hands will be forced. I still stand by that. I don't think there's going to be any seating changes. I don't think there's no incentive for them to do so. Look what they were able to come out of the season saying this year.
I agree. They won't. I think we can just only hope from an SEC perspective that they get 4 this year, and that maybe some common sense comes into play. But all right, we got to get out of here. Happy St. Patrick's Day weekend to all of you that are kissing the Blarney Stone.
That's right.
This weekend, and we'll be back on St. Patrick's Day on Monday with Inside the Gamecocks The Show. Enjoy the opening weekend of SEC baseball in Columbia, and also softball and all of that. And that's all I got to say about that, Phil.
About that. Aaron go, brah. Aaron go, brah.
Via con Dios, bro.
JB will be back Monday morning. John Whittle, bright and early. We will be back noon. Jacob from Ernie.com is going to be in on Monday telling us how we can win money and beat other schools in this bracketology. But don't forget, everybody, go to Ernie.com. It is free. Register for free at Ernie.com to play in Ernie's bracket challenge. Make sure you sign up as a South Carolina Gamecock. That way we all get credit. The more of us there are and the better we all perform, the more opportunities there will be for us to have a big old party and hoist the Ernie Cup at the end of the tournament. JC and I will enjoy our weekends and try to pace ourselves that way. We're fresh as daisies Monday morning, and hope everybody has a great weekend. Get out to the ballparks if you can, and go Cox.